before we bring in Rawnsley.
All right, here we go.
That might have been the smoothest one yet.
Hey, I tried. You need the timing and everything. I think we lost Rawnsley.
Oh,
anyway,
well, she'd probably go.
Hopefully, she'll come back to the green room this year. It's all right.
She don't want
it.
Welcome
to the Patreon show, season 3. I believe we're on episode 12 is what we're going to call it. Thank you. Oh wait, I didn't even check to make sure that this is where you go ahead and do some and say some stuff.
Hey, some stuff, and more stuff, and of course, disc golf stuff. As you can see, disc behind me over there, disc behind me over there. I never get the okay. There we go, right there. Baseball stuff, Yoda, some bobbleheads, some trucks that are actually banks, piggy banks from the 70s, degrees, trophies. Welcome. It's the final show of 2022 for our Patreon and all of our Ace Runners. We always like to do these quarterly shows live on YouTube so that everybody gets a chance to tune in and see what's going on. We've got quite a bit jam-packed into this one. 2 special guests at least. Maybe if anybody else wants to hop on, shoot us some messages during. Maybe we'll let you hop on as well. So we wanted to start. I think Conrad's digging up some goodies to give away later on in the show. If you haven't,
no, it wasn't.
He wasn't. Okay.
No.
If you haven't,
sure I set up everything properly and that we were actually live and not just pretending we were live.
Okay, perfect.
We are live to the public, so
perfect. Double perfect. So if you haven't joined us before for one of these, this is our quarterly podcast. We do specific giveaways for our Patreon community. We do them every month, but on a quarterly basis, we have even bigger giveaways. So there's 2 potential giveaways for all of our patrons this one. But we wanted to start things off with a quick 2022 kind of recap and a big thank you to our fans. I did not keep track of how many events we got to this year.
I counted. I have folders that I have the raw data on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say
I think
28.
we passed the 20 mark, right? Yeah. Definitely over 20. I would say pretty confidently that this was a busier year than 2021.
Yes.
2021 was a busier year than 2020. And 2020 was a busier year, even with COVID, than 2019. So with that in mind, we would assume that 2023 may very well kill us. But that's what we signed up for. We want to grow, and we continue to grow, and we are thankful for that growth, and we're thankful for all of our fans and our fan base, all the support that gets us to this point and helps us to continue to grow. So for 2022, we wanted to say thank you to everybody. Anybody that's liked the post, commented, left us feedback, shared anything that we put out on social media.
Hey!
Let's go. Thank you.
Go.
Super chat. Thank you, Ron. Is it Ron?
Wow. Is A Ron?
Ron.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, the super chat feature is enabled. I always forget it's there. But hey.
Yeah, me too.
Ron knew it was there. But stuff like that, but Ron does to help us keep us on the road. So thank you for that.
I didn't mean to show that. I'm playing with stuff that I normally don't get to play with.
So yeah, for 2022 was definitely a much busier year. Busier overall. We plan to have quite a lot of stuff in 2023. We'll kind of go over that.
Yeah.
Dry bags. Oh, dry bags.
Yeah, that's that.
Dry bags. Boom.
Dry bag. Boom.
Boom. Dry bags. Boom. What's up?
Boom.
Love some dry bags. Got one in the bag. Got 2 backups. Got one that we gave away recently.
Mm-hmm.
Got another one for a buddy of mine that I picked up from Deann. Dry bags galore. If you guys haven't checked out dry bags, you are missing out. I'll tell you right now, by far, it's the best I don't know what category you put them in.
Hand grip enhancement.
There you go. There you go. By far that I've done. Like I've played rounds in the rain where I stopped using my towel. I just used my dry bag, and it helped keep my hand dry enough to be able to securely grip my discs in the rain. So very, 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 very useful product. Can't recommend them enough. And they sponsor one of our guests later on today, Deann Carey.
Yes.
So it's an extra bonus. So
I think, wow, this is exciting right here.
Oh my God, Thornburg, Joseph Thornburg, one of our newest Patreon supporters. Thank you, Joseph. We met Joseph down at the Collegiate event, the Mid-Atlantic Regional Qualifier that we did over in Claremont, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
We hung out quite a bit with him. He was digging through raffles for everybody for a while. We got to talking to him. Really cool guy. Thank you so much, Joseph. Hope to see you again down the road there. I'm trying to pull up I guess you're going to monitor all that stuff because I got 3 screens.
I'm trying to, yeah.
Going on.
There's a lot going on. I'm not used to having to be so busy. Anyway, we have someone in our, I think.
Wait.
But
I wanted to set it up because one of the things with 2022 coming to an end is the off season, and the off season has been berserk. What we thought was going to be a relatively quiet off season compared to last year has turned out to be anything but. Specifically on the FPO side, we have seen a lot of movement on the FPO side. And one of the players that we've seen some movement from is our first guest. And that guest is
Rawnsley.
Stacy Rawnsley.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
nice to see you guys again.
You too. We hadn't seen you since Throw Pink.
Yeah, Throw Pink. Probably, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so Throw Pink, that was fun over at USDGC at Winthrop. It was our first time being there.
I remember
my first time too.
That I met Rawnsley.
It was what?
The first time that I met Rawnsley. I remember the first time. I'm not good memory whatsoever, but I remember the first time I met you because it stood out. It was at Old Post Gold. What's the name of that event?
Vintage Open.
Vintage Open. Yep.
2021.
I think that was my first time ever being on any kind of like coverage whatsoever. I think you guys were the first ones to ever film me. So
wow.
Thank you for my first experience with that.
Yeah.
I'm still not good on camera, but we will get better at that this year.
You could have fooled us. I remember you making some pretty big putts.
You know, when the first time, like when I first started playing, I didn't think as much. And then this got in the way, and it's still in the way, and we are working on it.
Conrad kind of talks about that when, I guess when you're newer to the game, not that you were new to the game then, but you kind of limit the things that you think about because you're like, all right, I'm just going to run everything, or I'm just going to try to ace this hole. And then you end up accidentally parking it, or you end up accidentally throwing in a 70-footer that you probably should have laid up. But your mindset is like, I'm going for everything. So it works out more often than when you overthink things.
And then when you know more stuff, it's more stuff that you have to move out of the way to remember what you're just supposed to do.
Yeah. Everything becomes way more calculated. And you're not just like doing what your body wants to do. Or like when I first started playing at Vintage Open, I had only been playing for, I think, a year and a half. Or maybe going on 2 years. I can't remember exactly the timeline. It all blurs together at this point. But at that point, I was still thinking about my form and like, remember to throw this, or remember to keep the elbow leading, or like make sure your feet aren't, and it's funny, actually, I watched my coverage of Vintage Open the other day, and guys, I had the most egregious foot fault. I don't remember what hole. It was like hole 3 or something. And the disc is like over here. And I kid you not, stepped like 4 feet to the left and nobody called it. It was so bad. I feel like you should go back and look at that. I literally think it's the 3rd or 4th hole. It's my first upshot. It is a terrible foot fault.
We see more of that than you would think.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and players just, you're supposed to look at the disc and like kind of help the player figure out. Thank you, Mike Bowman. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, that's my uncle.
Hey,
Uncle
awesome.
Mike.
Hey, Uncle Mike.
But yeah, you're supposed to watch the disc, and then you're supposed to be like thinking about your shot, and you're like, all right, I got to get to my shot and be there and get it done in 30 seconds. And also you're supposed to watch where your opponent's or your competitor's foot placement is and what the line of play is now. Like, there's so much going on. It's so hard to regulate and self-regulate.
Absolutely. Oh, it really is. And unpopular opinion. I do not like the 30-second rule.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is an not unfair. I think you're asking a little bit too much of a lot of the players, in my opinion. Like, I think the 30-second rule needs to have a little bit of leeway. This isn't all just about like Nico. It's not that. Like, there are certain shots that I will walk up and I will do my routine and throw within 2 seconds. I mean, at max, I'm up there for 20 seconds at a time. I shouldn't get punished for the one time on the round where I needed an extra 15 seconds because I'm in the woods. I have a weird line. I need to figure out like where my feet need to be, make sure that I'm legal, figure out what disc, the distance. Sometimes you're in the woods. If you're not the greatest player like me, you end up in the woods a little bit more often. But, you need to figure out so many more factors than just this is the gap, hit the gap, see the gap. There's more to it. And I think there needs to be a little bit of leniency with time. But that is a unpopular opinion, and that's my hot take.
It makes sense. There's not. We had an event recently at the at Lake Olmsted, the Augusta Classic, where there's a hole with just these giant trees that everybody kept getting stuck in, and it literally takes you 2 minutes to get into the tree to get behind your line.
Yeah,
and you shouldn't be punished for that.
Right. And nobody called the 30-second on that, obviously, because they were all in there. They all understood how difficult it is to get even into the tree and establish the lie. And then once you're in there are no ways out.
Yeah.
Like, you can maybe punch behind you or throw a disc directly OB. Like, good luck trying to progress forward.
Yeah. And I just think the 30-second rule is so black and white. But disc golf, there's so many gray areas, like it's not going to be cut and dry every single time. And I think giving yourself a 30-second timeline each time, I think, is a bit excessive. I think there should be at least like 2 throws a round where you're allowed to throw 45 seconds to a minute. But I mean, if you limit the number of times you do that, I think that's fair. But then that adds another thing for even your card mates to be paying attention to. So how can you even do that to your card mates too? So
Have you recently or encountered that issue where someone has called it on you because you were taking too long to?
I have. I've had it called on me twice. The one time, actually, Deann Carey was on my card.
She did it. Oh no.
No, she didn't. That monster. No, it was one of those where when I first started playing, I still had a lot to consider in my drive. So the first Disc Golf Pro Tour event I played was Ledgestone, I believe, or it was Deglow, and then Ledgestone was right after. But I would take sometimes up to 1.5 minutes on the tee pad. And my card mates at the time, because I was so new to the sport, God love them. They were so respectful and so kind. And they were so patient. And knowing what I know now, I probably would not have been that patient in their shoes. And it was every time I'm on the tee pad. And they waited until after the round, the whole round. They let me go 1 minute to 1.5 minutes on the tee pad because I was so new. They pulled me aside and they were like, hey, just so you know, if you're going to continue in FPO, you got to fix that. And then going into the next weekend, I think word of me taking a while had spread and people were a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean very aggressive about checking my time, even though it was a completely separate event. And I was working very hard not to take that long, but I did get it called on me. Was it justified? Yes, it was. But it was the first time the whole round that I had taken a minute, and it was called on me mid-throw, and it messed up my throw.
Ooh.
And it was one of those where it was like, I understand why you called it. But maybe call it afterwards. I don't know. And then the other time was at Deglow. I was shooting a really, really hot round. I think I was like 5 down or 6 down or something. No, I think it was 5 or 4 down going into 17. And 17 is like my favorite hole at D-Glow. That's the one where it's like downhill and you kind of have to go up the hill. The one that Kristen Tatar had that like 40-foot putt up the hill for the eagle to like solidify that. So that hole, I threw OB. No. What did I do? No, I threw it too straight. So the disc didn't fade out left like it was supposed to. It went straight like the whole way. And I went inside this massive bush. And it took me, like you guys said, like a minute just to even get into the tree. Yeah. And once I got to it, I literally could only pitch out. So I pitched out, and then I threw again, and I threw straight into another tree and had the same thing happen to me again. And I had to pitch out, and I'm so razzed at this point. Yeah. Because I had been shooting such a hot round. And then I pitch out and I do it again. I throw into a tree again. And it was like, now it's at the corner of the part where that hole goes uphill. It's that tree on the right. And we finally got to it. And I'm sitting there like, what do I even do? I kind of have a shot, but I don't really have a shot. And I'm talking to my Uncle Mark, who was my caddy at the time, and it got called on me, which in that situation, again, she was definitely in the right. But I was so razzed at that point that being called on me just completely ruined it. I think I took a 9 on that par 5. I took a quad bogey, not because of the time call, but because I missed a million shots in a row and I had to pitch out each time. But that was one of those situations where it just sucks sometimes, where it's like, man, but the whole round I didn't have any problems and I was shooting super fast the whole round. And then like the one hole that I'm struggling on, it's one of those.
That's usually where it's going to happen too. Like if you're going up to every shot and you're like, oh, this is a turnover with this disc, I know exactly what this shot is.
Yeah.
And what the line is. But when you get into situations where it's not the common play, like I haven't done field work for this, so I'm not quite sure what disc is going to work on what angle from here.
Yeah.
Let me think this through. That's when you need those extra couple seconds.
Yeah.
All right. I need a second to get caught up on some messages here.
Oh.
Hey,
sorry, I feel like I just kind of took the role on that.
No. I was just saying hi to some of the people on there. We saw Bedanza Disc Golf had checked in.
So Mike is saying Aunt Terry is with him, so he's saying hi.
Oh, hi, Aunt Terry. Also, I am also sponsored by Drive Bags. Yes. Hey, there we go.
And you're gonna have new turtle bags coming up.
Awesome. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said. I've tried a lot of like chop bags on the market, and I think Drive Bags has the best product. No question.
They are amazing, and they're last.
They
like
do
a long time.
They really do.
The ones I got from Deann, I got at the beginning of the year, and they're still going strong. And I got backups, and I'm like, I might never have to use these, but we'll see.
Inside thing here with you and Dr. Pepper.
Unfortunately, it is my kryptonite. Oh. I drink a lot of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, she's Forrest Gump. Okay. Must have had me about 12 Dr. Peppers.
12 Dr. Peppers. That is me, though, unfortunately. I wish I have quit before. It did not last long.
Okay. So it's a real addiction then, huh?
Oh, it's bad. Yeah. It's a problem. And I admit that. But I have no steps to change it. So here we are, drinking more Dr. Pepper.
Embrace it and power on.
Yeah.
Go. So we talked about some of the bad, obviously, that hole he just talked about. But let's go over some of the quick highlights you had in 2022, because there were some good finishes for you.
There were a few.
I want to start with Pro Worlds, where in the mixed doubles you came in second place.
Yes.
With Aaron.
We had a blast.
So were you guys, I don't remember if you guys were on Jones or the Country Club. Was it Jones?
Jones Supreme.
So how was that heading into Worlds, kind of getting the experience of being out there in doubles and getting to kind of look at the new Jones layout?
It was really helpful, actually. So Aaron is a very analytical kind of person, and I'm not. And so it's really nice to hear him talk about how he would like to tackle the doubles. And it just kind of opened up my mind to like, oh, this is how the really good players practice. And so I think that was big for me. I have modeled pretty much all my practice rounds based on the information that I got from him, preparing for that tournament. Yeah, doubles was a really good time. Aaron carried us. I was very off rhythm. I made some putts, so
You made some putts, yeah.
Yeah.
We always say that when someone carries us. I made some putts though.
I made a few 15 footers that he gave me.
They took that drive on that one hole. They took my
Yep.
drive.
Where he went OB, but then that's me in doubles. Like, yeah, we took my drive on 7 because my partner went OB. But
Yeah.
we took my drive.
Well, it was an interesting layout too, because it's not like best shot doubles. So the second round, I think at least, was like you switch on and off.
Mm-hmm.
And you rotate, so it's not like both of you throw the same throw and then you take whoever's you think is best. I really love the layout that they did for the World's Doubles. It was a blast. It was really genuinely a lot of fun.
I know one of the rounds it was best shot, but you couldn't take your partner's drive more than like twice in a row or something. So like
yeah, I think that was the first one.
Yeah, and then it was like alternate shot afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So second place there, Bowling Green, which is a huge event in the area. Second place there as well.
Darn you, Christine Jennings. She got me.
We see
she's one of my best friends. So.
Yeah. And then the Colonial Fall Colors, the 25th annual Colonial Fall Colors, first place in the FPO division, defeating somebody that people may know, someone by the name of Elaine King.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal. Just
she's
a 5-time world champion. Yeah. So some big successes. And top 10s in Mid-America and Clash of the Canyons.
Mm-hmm.
We've been to both of those courses, Delwood and Harmony Bends.
I loved Harmony Bends. Oh, I think that's my new favorite course on tour. It was a beautiful course. Just
it is.
The way it was made, how they play with the actual natural elements, the uphill, the downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Harmony Bends is pristine. I love that place.
It really is. And they're trying to kind of build some bridges for like hole 1 to make it easier. They're trying to get that to be an elite event once again.
Yeah.
It deserves to be. That course needs to be highlighted.
Yeah, I really like
100% deserves to be.
Yeah. We did the Masters World Championships there in not Masters, Solinsky in 2021.
Yeah.
Where Jen Allen had the throw in the playoff on hole 1 from across the bank to win it. That was amazing. So yeah,
awesome.
That whole town is just so awesome.
Yeah.
So we really want to go back to that one. So those were some of the highlights, but let's get it from your perspective. You were out there obviously the entire year, so you might have a better understanding of what your highlights were. So what kind of stood out to you in 2022 as high moments for you this year?
Well, Jonesboro was a really big one for me. I think that was my highest Disc Golf Pro Tour finish, and I think I got 11th or 12th. I can't remember if it was 11th or 12th, but I had 2 really good first rounds, the first and second round, and then I think it was the last round that I shot like a 900 rated, and it's because cameras were on me, and I just did not execute, and that was very frustrating. But I think the biggest thing I came out of last year with that I'm like the most proud of would definitely be I'm less of a pain to play with, I think.
Yeah.
I'm learning to roll with the punches a little bit better, which I'm sure was frustrating. No one told me anything, but I definitely had a few rounds where I would not have wanted to be my card mate. And if you were on my cards for those times, I'm very sorry. I'm growing as a person. Please be patient. And then I surpassed my outrageous goal for my rating. So my goal for my rating this year was 935, and my outrageous goal would have been 940, and I finished this year at 943. So really, really proud of that. I'm very excited.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't really have a whole lot of goals going into last year. I was going through a lot of personal stuff, family stuff. And so last year was definitely a very, very hard year for me. But man, this next year though, it's going to be good.
So let's see if you know what your highest rated round ever was.
999.
Very good. What event?
USWDGC.
Ding, 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 ding.
Luckily, I just made that post where everyone was posting their like. That's the only reason I know that.
Nicely done.
Yeah. And I had like another 998. I don't remember where that one was. Was that Jonesboro?
I think it was. I was going
Yeah.
through the best rated rounds. I remember Jonesboro being up there.
I'm still one stinking rating point away from 1,000 rated round.
The elusive 1,000.
The elusive. I'll get there this year.
So let's talk turkey here. Big announcement. We've seen a lot of movement so far at this off season here. A lot of Innova players walking away from Innova. Yourself, we saw Maria Oliva, our next guest, Deann Carey. Is this something that kind of we can expect to see as we see more and more growth in the FPO field, that players of your caliber and above are seeing what's out there and what's available and are thinking, you know, I deserve better. I've played this many events. I'm on social media. My presence is growing. There are other companies out there that are going to value me, and maybe not being with the Innovas or the Discrafts or some of the older guard are necessarily the best play anymore.
Yeah. I think the disc market in general is getting a lot more competitive, and there's more room for more players. I think that was the biggest problem in the past. Again, I'm a pretty new player, so I don't know. I haven't been through it all like a lot of these other players have, but I know that the options are getting more accessible. And I think a lot of the smaller companies are seeing value in the players that the bigger companies aren't really seeing the value in, which is totally understandable. I mean, from a business perspective. And I think something specific, since you touched on FPO specifically, we're getting more attention. I think if you look at the grand scheme of all sports, I think the Disc Golf Pro Tour does a phenomenal job on promoting the women as much as they promote the men. And I think that's really rare to see in a lot of professional sports. And so that goes a long way for us, and giving us the 50% payouts instead of the 40 like the PDGA does really goes a long way as well to help sustain us on the road. But one FPO player's success is another FPO player's success. And I think that is a mentality that a lot of us have. And the camaraderie between all the girls is definitely closer than I expected. So I think in the future you're going to see, you know, FPO boom, and you're going to see a lot of good players get beat.
Yeah.
And you're going to see them get beat with new plastic. So
boom. Take that.
Oh.
I'm not talking about me. I'm just, you know, saying in general. don't come at me.
No. But yeah, there's definitely that mentality and that old saying that, you know, rising tide lifts all boats. We see the history-making contracts that Kristen and Kona have had, and Paige didn't outright say what her number is, but in one of the documentaries, she mentioned their contracts and her saying, well, I'm making more than that, so people are expecting more from me. You know that those three are setting the bar exceptionally high.
Definitely.
And in terms is bringing everybody else and attention to the manufacturers to say, hey, our social media presence is similar. We're at all these events. We're on coverage. We're finishing top 10.
And I think a lot of companies are really starting to see the value in FPO as well, as more FPO players find success, and it just helps all of us. And so I think a lot of us understand that, and it's so good. Yeah.
So moving on to 2023, we know we haven't heard any official announcements from you yet. So we don't know when you're going to announce. We're not going to, you got to tell us right now.
I will do it. No.
If you want to, by all means. But
I will give a hint, which is kind of fun. In my post that I posted, like, oh, I'm leaving Innova, not one person guessed correctly. And there were over like 120 comments.
Holy cow. Okay.
Not one person got it.
So it is Franklin Discs, as I suspected.
It is. It is.
Could be. It could be.
All right. Well,
Franklin Disc.
Is that your official guess of where you're? I will say this: if you guess it, I will tell you if you were right or not.
Man, now we have to.
Now in the hey, people in the comments, Go through her post and see.
Yeah,
But that's not fair. My Uncle Mike knows.
Oh,
well, okay, except for Uncle Mike.
Don't say, but everybody else go through and start putting.
Uncle Mike and Terry, y'all keep it low key, but everyone else run through the post and
it's
tell
probably
us.
Dr. Pepper. She's probably being sponsored by Dr. Pepper for next year.
They would make some really delicious plastic.
Oof. All right. So, talking about switching bags and all that stuff, we hear people talk about not wanting to or not looking to specifically replace discs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to a new sponsor, you're like, oh, I need to replace my Thunderbird or my Katana or my Mako. But what's the one shot that you're like, I have to have a comfortable shot that does this? What is that shot shape, or what is that specific shot that's going to be your first priority?
It will definitely be my forehand up shots. It has to be a very stable, preferably a flat profile, very stable, torque resistant, like 4-speed or 3-speed.
So zone,
which my new company does have. Yes, I used to throw the zone a lot. Okay. I did. I loved the Jawbreaker zone. That was like my bread and butter, which is funny because when I was shopping around, I was throwing those Jawbreaker zones again that I used to throw and adore, and I am turning them over every time. And I'm like, wow, I don't know if I've gotten better or if these have just lost their stability chilling in a car for a year and a half. But yeah.
So next year, when you're throwing the pyro on that approach from Axiom discs, is that more torque resist? I'm just
it's incorrect.
Oh, dang it! All right, so it's not MVP. Got it.
Someone asked us to say DGA, but I want to assume that that's
incorrect.
Dang.
That's what I was going to assume.
Keep going. Keep going.
Are you going back to Innova and psyching everybody out?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't that.
That would be a real like knockout, man. That would be a curveball. Like, just kidding.
Just kidding. I switched teams though.
Right. I'll move on with a couple more questions, and then people can keep guessing, and we'll throw in random. I'm seeing Lone Star come up. I'm seeing RPM come up on the chat. Prodigy. Prodigy did just move some cap room. Nope, she's shaking her head. All right, none of that.
I'm going to put my personal guess. This is my personal stamp.
Viking.
Viking. No, that's not mine. Costaplas.
Ooh, Costaplas would be a.
You're correct.
Ah!
Yeah, sign with Costaplas.
Sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Wow.
Did you meet with the owner while he was in the States during this last swing of the season?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I expected to stick with Innova and not even shop around. So one of my buddies owns a local disc golf shop, and I went in, and while I knew I was shopping, I didn't know exactly where I wanted to go, but I'm kind of new. I had pretty much been throwing Innova since I started playing, and I didn't really branch out because I started with a Nova because it was very similar flight and everything to a Ultimate Frisbee disc or an Ultimate Frisbee. And I started with that, and then I just stuck with that brand mostly. I did throw like a few. I used to throw like the Discmania Origin. I threw the Streamline Trace a lot. I loved the Zone. There were like a bunch of different ones that I threw. But I like the majority of my bag has always been Innova. And so I didn't really branch out a ton. And then I felt plastic for the first time. And it's not necessarily like the mold feel, but the plastic itself is so stinking unique.
Yeah.
And I immediately I have thrown a few of them, like I'd thrown the Berg, and I was like, this disc is silly because it doesn't fly anywhere. But I also wasn't as good of a player as I am now. But now I freaking love the Berg because I blow past the basket with my backhand up shots all the stinking time. And this just kind of floats right down at the basket instead of going past it. And it's going to be good.
Wow.
I love their discs so much, and they have been so kind, and they are so excited to work with me, and I'm so excited to work with them. And it's a contract or, company that I definitely want to work with long term. I don't want to keep jumping back and forth to new manufacturers
Yes.
every off season. So I'm so excited to see where my future goes with Castoplast, because I genuinely adore their plastic. So
Awesome.
you heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, awesome. Breaking news. That's awesome. We never get to break stories.
Hey,
Awesome. Yeah, we've always heard the same thing. Everybody that throws Castoplast always raves about their plastic. I've got a
so
K1
good.
Soft Falk, which is like nothing I've ever felt before. Like, there's just like the perfect blend of gumminess and stiffness to it for like when it gets colder, and then it's just so good. So
well,
good.
and it's so unique too, because I feel like with a lot of the upshots, if you put too much angle on it on certain ones, it has a chance to up and roll. And I think with that more flexible plastic with upshots, like the soft K1 Soft plastic, it's going to have less, it's going to be less likely because it'll like flop, you know. It's definitely bendy plastic, and it's so, again, so unique. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, that kind of answers the other part of my question, is how are you nervous about getting used to the feel of new plastic? But I guess not. More excitement than nervousness, which is also
definitely more excitement than nervousness. I think at this point in my game, I feel like I can kind of make most plastic work in my favor. There obviously will be a learning curve, and I don't expect to come out and win Vegas. But there's holes in the game that I feel like they're cax. I don't want to say it wrong. Cox. I don't know how to say it. But that specific disc, I know that I'm going to use all the time. Like for under 300 foot shots, I'm going to use it constantly. And I mean, I don't know. I could go on and on about it. I'm so excited.
Well, we're excited for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
We've run a little bit longer with you, but if you want to hold on, or if you want to kind of make this a bigger party, we do have somebody else in the green room who made an announcement today also.
Heck yeah.
And,
I'm down to stay.
Yeah. So let's make this a party of 4 then. If we're ready to go. We have another former Innova sponsored player. Actually,
hello. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Hello, Deann Carey.
Hi.
Once again, happy to have you on the show. We had you on a couple of months back. I think this year we've had you on. This is our second time having you on this year.
Congratulations on your new sponsorship, Deann.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you ladies kind of setting a precedent here. We were just talking with Stacy about the exodus that we're kind of seeing from Innova on the FPO side, and the excitement that it brings, and just that new energy, and it draws eyeballs to the sport also on the FPO side. Like, that's another thing we haven't talked about, is that it creates that buzz again about these FPO players. So that's got to feel good, to seeing, like, we put out posts about you guys leaving and it's getting shared left and right. People are commenting and guessing and jumping on. Chandler Kramer, who's your new teammate, jumping on the chat board. Appreciate you seeing on there. So Deann, and on AJ also jumping on board. So both of you guys making the big move in 2023. Kind of talk to us about kind of what the mindset was, or why you felt it was kind of time for a change.
Basically, I mean, it's hard to say. Yes, I've been with Innova for 4 years. They were great, but to me, it kind of felt like they were more of a stepping stone in my career. I'm looking for more of my forever sponsor, if you would say. Just somewhere that you feel like home, and who's going to support you no matter what. And we really have felt that vibe with Lone Star so far.
We met Josh at one of the, I think it was Masters Worlds this year, the first time, and then we ran into him again at Worlds, and he was just super awesome. We were working with Leah Sinigini, who was doing commentary for us for Worlds, and he's like, let us know if you need anything. She's killing it. Whatever you guys want to do, we'll promote, all that good stuff. So they had just a genuineness about them, about wanting to grow the sport and being there to help out. Like, there was no like ego about it, which is so rare to see. from a lot of the companies is always like they're just kind of planning their next move that's going to just help them. But Josh and crew always felt like they were there to genuinely help out and just be part of the game and help it grow, which is a lot of fun to see and very rare. So tour life in 2022 versus tour life in 2023, and this goes for both of you. Kind of what differences? Obviously, new plastic, but what's something that you think might be different for you in 2023 based on, you know, the new contracts and what you've got going on now?
Well, our 2023 is going to be a lot different. New sponsor for one, but we also have our dog now. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We just bought a new RV.
Another new vehicle? Okay.
Yes, we just bought a new RV. So there's a lot of good things coming for 2023.
Okay. And Rawnsley, I know you were towing your camper for a while there behind you. Is that still
No.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Is that considered a camper? I don't know if that was considered a camper or not.
It technically was a teardrop camper.
Okay.
But yeah, I toured in the van that I have now. I toured in that last year. It was incomplete. I couldn't afford it. I had to work in the off season, and I couldn't afford it until about like a month before I had to leave for Waco. And so we were like scrambling to get it all together. The electrical wasn't done. The ceiling fans, we actually like had too much voltage going through, and we burned the ceiling fans circuit boards. So I had like one working ceiling fan. We finally got it to work, but there was like no airflow in my car, so it was definitely very hot. I didn't have any electricity, so I like had to use like lanterns, or I'd have to restart the car for like 2 seconds for the factory light to go on. And I had to do that a lot. I had no place to really cook. I had a cooler that I, had to replace ice every 3 to 4 days, and all my food kept getting waterlogged because the ice would obviously melt, and all my food would just sit in the water, and then so there were a lot of very frustrating things about the van last year, but I just sent it up to Brandon Oleski. Him and his wife are sponsored by MVP, and he is doing a phenomenal job. So he is renovating my van and making it actually like livable, and he's doing a phenomenal job. And I am so excited to get it back and post about it so you guys can all see it.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
We've heard some horror stories of stuff on the road, and you two have been road warriors now for a couple of years. So what's kind of one thing that people may not necessarily think about or kind of plan ahead and expect to happen when you're on the road for as long as you guys are? Like I know Deann had a tire fly off of her rig in the middle of the highway at one point.
I still don't know how she actually saw that. That's just like remarkable.
It was just luck. Honestly.
Yeah. So what is it? What can people expect not to expect, so to say, about being on the road and living that life for this tour?
Everybody thinks it's like super glamorous, but it's really not most of the time. It's great when you get to a location and you're just hanging out in that location for the week, but travel days definitely take it out of you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I would imagine that you have it slightly easier than Rawnsley, since Rawnsley, you don't have a co-pilot. It's just you, right?
Yeah. Well, I have Lola, but she doesn't drive. So.
Thank you for not letting her drive.
Yeah, it's definitely, like she said, travel days are very rough. A lot of times I'm traveling, 7 to 10 hours, and I'm doing it by myself. And I definitely agree that it is over romanticized. The road life is definitely over romanticized, but in general, it is a very cool way of living. There were a few times where I parked my van up against, like at Preserve, we're backing up against the Mississippi River. I mean, that is so cool. And you open up your doors and you're just surrounded by beautiful scenery. Sometimes. Other times you're looking at a Planet Fitness building, but It definitely has pros and cons.
I remember you talking at Vintage Open. We were on whichever round it was, like on hole 17. You were telling a story about how you brought like a specific size cooler, and you're like, I really thought it was going to work for the entire season, and it lasted all of like 3 weeks before I had to go get another one. Like,
yes. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot about that cooler. That is so funny. My mom, bless her heart, bought me this like lunch cooler that was like maybe this big. And I was like, that's all I'll need. And very quickly realized that I could barely even fit like cheese and ham in there, and like with ice. And it did not. Sorry, Mom, you did I love the effort, but it did not work.
It was the thought that counted.
It was, yeah. Ended up having to go buy a big honkin' $200 one. It still sucked.
Jeez. Well, there you go. So if you're planning to be on the road living this life, get a bigger cooler. Make sure all your nuts on your tires are locked and you got some Loctite on there or something.
Or they're not over tightened.
Yeah. So that
is that a thing?
off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you over tighten, you just snap off your
They think
ribbon.
that's what happened to ours. Is that they were over tightened and they just off the highway.
Stop being so strong, Deann. They call her Diesel for a reason.
They call her Diesel for a reason.
Hold on, I think we have a special guest wanting to say hi.
Is it Onyx? Is it Onyx? Ah!
Look at him.
Where's Onyx?
Look at him.
Hey, buddy.
He's getting so big.
He is.
He is 43 pounds now, and he's almost 5 months.
Like he was miniature at USDGC and Throw Pink. And then we saw him again at Myrtle Beach, and he was like twice the size.
And
So now he's like triple the size.
Is he still like that calm, adorable temperament?
Yes.
Or has he gotten into his puppy energy yet?
No. He's still the same. He's losing all of his teeth right now, though. So.
Oh, so that means he's gnawing on everything.
Not really. He only gnaws on his toys or like our shirts or jackets. That's about it.
Well, that's awesome.
That's good.
Yeah, Lola was not that easy. You saw, She's much better now. Still a little bit much, but she's practice rounds will be less frustrating.
He loves to sleep on car rides. That's his favorite thing.
Deann, what do you have in your hand?
She's probably not allowed to say.
Well, she keeps tossing it into the screen. I think she wants to.
Oh, jackrabbit.
Look at there.
Right.
No, I'm just messing with it.
So let's go over some Deann stuff here, because I wrote down some Deann stuff too.
You want me to peace out?
If you want to hang on,
I mean, you can stay. No one's kicking you out. I mean, I know we only asked for you for a certain amount of time.
Better to do.
No, I don't. I don't want to deal with her southern sass. So I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna be quiet. And I'm gonna let her go. I'm gonna mute myself.
Do y'all have promo codes to share so that they can support you with orders for driving?
Yes.
They're on the website. That's all I know.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Mm-hmm.
What's that bayonet you keep flashing up there, Deann?
Oh, it's really pretty. Look at it.
That is pretty.
That is nice.
-2.2. Ooh, fast and neutral. Okay.
Yeah.
And glidey too.
So you talked about the new vehicle. So we're getting no more of the big RV. Is this a smaller one? Is this a bigger one?
We have a 26-foot Class A now.
Okay.
So.
Is this the same one that you had at MVP?
No.
What?
We just got this one a few weeks ago, but yeah. So we got the same exact RV that Luke Sampson has.
Oh, the Vegas.
Oh, the Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't let Luke steal your window. He was missing a window. He may try to.
Yeah, I'll beat him up. But his Vegas is red. Ours is blue.
Okay.
So is it smaller?
It's 26 feet total, like 20, because we had a 34-foot fifth wheel, and now we have a 26-foot RV.
So you can drive this one. You don't have to attach it to a truck. You can actually just drive this one wherever you want.
And then we're planning on towing a car.
Okay.
Man, y'all go through RVs like toilet paper.
Listen. We
Anyway.
had the van for 3 years,
Mhm.
and then we outgrew that, and we were going to tour with Noah. We already planned on that, so we had to get a rig big enough for all 3 of us. And so we got the big one, and then now Noah's not with us, and we need a smaller one.
Makes sense.
All right,
So we're going to tag along with y'all, and y'all are going to need a bigger one again.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're over here looking for minivans. We're in the little leagues.
Yeah.
So let's see how well Deann knows Deann and how well Deann knows AJ.
Oh,
Ooh.
that might be a hard one, depending on what you ask me.
We'll start with a relatively easy one. At least I think it should be a relatively easy one. Who has more career professional wins, you or AJ?
Me. Hands down.
That is correct. That is correct.
I have 35 or 36, and I think he has around 20.
AJ has 20 and you have 37.
Oh, 37. Okay.
So you're selling yourself a little short there. Who's played more events overall, you or AJ?
More events overall.
Professional events.
More sanctioned events.
Yeah, professional sanctioned events.
AJ's played way more than me. But I don't know.
He's got you almost by 50. He's at 258. You're at 207.
Okay. Yeah, he started a whole year before I started, so.
Okay. I thought those would be some gimmies here. Do you know what your highest rated round ever is?
Myrtle Beach first round, 10-12.
10-12.
Wow.
I wonder who filmed that. I hope somebody filmed that round.
I hope somebody got that on.
I think
Prosperity.
somebody did, but I can't remember who did it.
Probably some schlubs. It's on our channel. Go check it out, people. Not now, but when we're done, go check it out. We even put it together a highlighted version for everybody to see. What about, do you know what AJ's highest round ever was?
Was it the one that he did this year at European Open? His 11 down was 1083.
Dang,
1088.
on the
Wow, she was
dot.
on it.
1083
She was on
at
it.
European Open is correct.
Okay.
Well done.
I'm impressed. I don't even know my stats. She knows hers and his just like randomly. Like we didn't give him time to prepare or anything. Just
Yeah.
all right.
One fun question I wanted to know about is in anticipation of next year, and this goes for both Rawnsley and Deann, is there any one particular course that you're excited to take on more with your new plastic that you're like, oh, I can't wait to throw? And I know you're really new into the plastic, but maybe like one hole that you're like, oh, I could never get that hole properly with what I had. Are you thinking, all right, maybe with this new plastic, I can get to a specific hole or a specific course is going to play better for me?
I'm excited to play them all.
Same.
Boo, so generic. Boo.
You know what? Okay, I get my discs on Tuesday, so give me a chance.
Wait, you don't have your disc yet?
No, I just ordered them yesterday, and they just shipped them today. So
Okay,
I get them Tuesday. But a lot of like my friends who have cast the plastic have let me borrow theirs, and I've been throwing those. So, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what like course I'm looking forward to throwing the new plastic on, but I can tell you I'm very excited to throw the lots because it has like the same kind of flight like a new Escape. And I feel like that is something that I was missing from Innova. And I replaced it with a TL3, but that didn't have enough glide to me. And it was only a 7-speed or 8-speed. So I'm very excited about the lots.
Okay. And Deann's just looking forward to everything.
Actually, I changed my answer.
Okay.
Change it. We're going Brewster Ridge for Pro Worlds.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Fun fact, my first ever Pro Worlds was at Smugs in 2018.
Aw,
Oh, you were
full
there.
circle moment.
Yeah. So you were there when Paige Bierkis back then won her first title.
Yeah,
She'll
that was
be-
my first big pro tournament because I did Am Worlds and Pro Worlds that year.
She's not here with us today, but I do have a little Paige Bierkis 2018 signed judge. We actually
Paige, Paige was the first ever pro to ever follow me on Instagram. And I remember being like ecstatic that she like followed me. And I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. Paige Shu followed me. She will always hold like a very special place in my heart for none other than that reason.
Paige is like nice to the level where you're like, what are you up to?
Mhm. So
do this
stinking
now.
sweet.
Yeah, she's awesome. We just spoke to her pretty recently too, and she'll be making her announcement relatively soon. We're hoping, and we should be seeing her in a couple of weeks at the Savannah Open, which we're super
Do
excited.
you know?
She did make it in.
Do
you know who
what?
she signed with?
We know she's going to be at the Savannah Open.
I don't. We'll do, and moving on to.
Oh, I'm jealous. I wish I knew.
Rawnsley, so I'm assuming that there's going to be an unboxing video.
Yeah.
Some fieldwork videos.
I'm gonna do a lot of like reviews of them too.
Okay.
Of like, you know, what it relates to me, or what I feel like it's similar to. What are the pros and cons of it that I've learned so far, and that kind
no
of
one's
stuff.
going to believe your reviews because you're a paid spokesman.
Oh,
But
Send
I'm
them
a
up.
very
Send them to us.
honest person, so
Okay.
Whatever you like, just send it our way. We'll review it.
Yeah, we'll review it and we'll say whatever you tell us to say. I mean,
Hopefully you can ace that one short hole that you've never seen the ace on your Instagram.
I don't want to bring it up. Okay, it's such a sensitive topic.
Sorry.
I still haven't gotten it. It's 152 feet.
we all should have one like that. I know I do.
I can't get hole 3 at Little Mulberry, and it's like 160-foot downhill putter shot, and it's
got that.
literally straight. All you have to do is just throw a putter straight for 160 feet downhill.
I can't get number 8 at Alexander, and I've played there literally 1,000 times, and I still cannot get. And it's 183 feet, slight turn to the right. But I just
a little bender.
I've stopped trying.
Yeah, if you run it, you can go out of bounds.
Yeah.
I'm so afraid of the day that I'm just like, I'm not trying to ace it, so I'm not even going to film it. And then that's the day that I will ace it. So I have to film it. And then if I'm going to film it, it's never going to be aced.
Yeah. So you have to somehow film it without you knowing.
Yeah. Or I just need my friends to stop acing it in front of me and make me resent the hole a little less.
Deanna,
Do you have a hole like that, Deann, that you just like, it's such a hole that you think you should be able to ace and you just can never get it? But you guys, I feel like you guys aren't really like stationary long enough. Where are you this off season?
We're at New World in Jacksonville, but right now we're in Texas at Lone Star.
Right. Are you going back to Florida?
We're going back to Florida on Sunday, and then the following Saturday we're driving back here.
Ooh.
Okay.
And
are you
then we'll
doing
be in
Vegas?
Florida for the rest of the off season? Yeah.
Okay. Are you flying?
Yes. We always fly to Vegas because it doesn't make sense because it's almost a 25-hour drive to Texas.
Far out of the way.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They need to start the tour in Florida.
Or just start it in Texas. Because that's kind of
Florida.
central. And then, all right. You're right, I'm wrong.
Florida makes more sense. Being from Georgia, Florida obviously makes more sense.
Yeah, that's the correct answer.
Of course.
You know how the weather's always nice.
Yeah.
Except
Or
the
in
last few
Savannah.
days.
Either way.
Did the blizzard hit you guys too?
No, we just got like 26 degrees.
Oh no. Poor Florida
so
people with their 26 degrees.
They have no coast.
So cold.
It was negative like 37
You
here.
can have that. You
So-
chose to live there.
Is that Indiana still?
Yeah, Indiana. Yeah. It was like the wind chill was like negative 37 or 38 or something.
I was complaining about 7
And
Be in
now you
70
have a
degrees.
van. You can go wherever you want.
It's true. I have
So
to
go
wrap
to
up some
Florida.
a
You
few
have
things at
no-
home first.
You have no excuse.
Okay, I do, but we're gonna wait until probably February, and then I'm gonna go.
Sean Morris on the chat bringing up a good suggestion here for that hole that you keep missing, Stacy. Just throw a berg at it.
That is the new plan. That is the new plan. I have like a bunch now from my friends have given me them, and that's all I will be throwing at it.
There you go. Just throw a berg. I asked this question to Stacy, and I wanted to ask it to you too, Deann, about when you're switching sponsors and getting new plastic, not specifically wanting to replace a disc. Like I know you leaned heavily on the Valkyrie. You had your Mako 3s, but is there a specific shot shape that you're like, all right, the first thing I need to dial in is a 300-foot slight hyzer or a flip up on this line? Like what's that one shot that's a priority to replace right away?
Okay, I made this comment earlier about putting, but
Mhm.
it kind of goes the same for all of the discs.
Okay.
We're professionals and we're good. So it doesn't matter the plastic. We'll be able to use it and do whatever with it. But mine's not a specific shot shape. My discs that I was like super excited, like I was like, oh, how am I gonna replace this disc? Which you named it was the Valkyrie.
Mhm.
But this disc, this thing is amazing. It's
Where's Stacy muted?
Because she does it
I
herself.
muted
so-
myself
Oh,
because I didn't want to interrupt.
sorry.
but yeah,
You just noticed she did that before. Anyway, go ahead.
So tell us about the Lariat. What makes it magical?
you can do whatever you want with it. Basically.
Okay.
And then I have two different. Hold on.
She got a
I have
stack of
two
discs in
that's
front of
been
her.
thrown. My bag. They're still wet because we just played in the rain. But this is the Founders plastic, which is like a metal flaky. I don't know if you can see it.
I see raindrops, but yeah.
Yeah, all of it. So this one is a tad bit more understable than this one, which this is the Bravo plastic, which is their, I believe, most overstable of their plastics. And so that kind of takes away that slot that I was most concerned about was the Valkyrie slot, because that was a disc that I leaned very heavily onto for most of my shots. And then there's one more disc that I was super excited about, and I don't know if I can find it.
Yeah, I played with Chandler Kramer a lot this past year, and I tested out the Lariat a few times, and I also thought it was a phenomenal disc. That's a really good one.
It's amazing.
Like
oh, this thing.
Yeah, it's really good.
Limits. 11.5, -1.3. Okay.
Okay.
It's like a Wraith. But like when your Wraith gets beat in to where it's like perfect, that's what it is.
Yeah. Ooh. So a throwable Wraith right out of the bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand that concept. I have 13 Wraiths that all fly totally different. So I don't understand that.
I won't get into the whole Innova doesn't make consistent plastics thing.
It's not possible. It's not possible. It's just not possible.
So is there a fly in the room, Stacy? I couldn't.
Yeah, I guess. Something that was weird. There was a shadow.
So that is weird. Deann, 2022. Big year. You were all over the place. But what were some events or some highlights or some moments? And it doesn't necessarily have to be on the course. But what were some highlights that kind of stuck out for you this year?
Well, 2022 was definitely a pretty tough year in general. At the beginning of the year, my dad got sick, and he unfortunately passed away during Myrtle Beach, the Saturday morning of Myrtle Beach. And I ended up winning that one even through all of that. So that one definitely is hands down the best tournament that I've had all year. And it was an eye-opening experience because I was dealing with all of the rush of emotions, but I still somehow managed to put all of that aside and just play disc golf.
Mhm.
Also, it was very easy whenever I had really good friends like Holly, Rebecca, and Paige Shue on the card. They
Yeah.
made it 1,000 times better, and so that was amazing. But just that, and then the 3 almost back-to-back A tiers that I won at the end of the year.
Mhm.
That was good because I knew that my Pro Tour season didn't go exactly the way that I wanted it to, especially after the season that I had last year.
Mhm.
But knowing that I finished off really strong, I think I only lost out of the last 6 events that I played. I only lost the 3 events that I lost. I came in second place at. I only lost those by 5 or 6 total strokes.
Yeah. So you're
So I
constantly in
definitely learned a lot.
contention. Yeah. And that's something that just comes with experience. Like a couple years ago, that may not have been the case. You may have, when it got out of hand, or sort of say, or you got behind by a stroke or two, that lead might have increased to 4 or 5 before you know it. Kind of just snowballs. But being
Exactly.
the veteran, quote unquote, now that you are being out there for a couple of years, you learn how to play and how to win. Everybody talks about that you need to learn how to win on the road. It's a whole different animal playing a local C tier or a local B tier versus going out and now you're playing against the best in the world week over week. You learn that every stroke counts. Like that little throwaway stroke that didn't really mean much in a smaller tournament means a whole lot more. And when Rawnsley talked about the payout structure, that can mean the difference between not coming in that 50% and missing cash by a couple of strokes, and now you're struggling for the next week. So a lot of big differences.
You for sure, you have to learn how to play golf. That's the most important thing that you can learn. My first 2 years on tour, I didn't play a lot because I wasn't that good at all. I was good enough to be there and just, but I wasn't good enough to like constantly cash or even have any good finishes. But then my third year on tour, I figured out how to play golf, and I finished top 10 in DGPT points. So that's the most important thing.
Yeah, even what was it, Downey's Players Cup, Elaine King at one point was like, you learn how to throw further on the tour because you're throwing a lot further this year and you're hitting gaps a lot cleaner. Like she could tell the difference from your play from a couple years before to the level that it was at now.
Well, so the funny thing about Elaine is I basically learned how to play disc golf from her. Being in the North Carolina area, she was at almost every single tournament that I played. And it was always a goal of mine because I played AM, but I played in the FPO division because there wasn't many AM players, but there were a few FPO players that played. I never took cash until 2018, but I played with the FPO because I knew that was going to make me better. And my goal was always, I have to beat Elaine one round. I don't care what it is, but one round out of a tournament, I want to beat Elaine. I finally did it. And then I think Buckhorn Open in 18, I believe, or 19, one of those two. I finally, I won the tournament and I beat Elaine. And I was like, yep, I made it. This is great. And so it's pretty cool that she saw from whenever I very first started back in 2014 to now.
The whole like full circle, the whole journey of getting to where you are, step by step. That's pretty cool. I know, Stacy, you had shown, and it's awesome to see your Instagram because you're like, you put yourself out there, and there's not a lot of people that do that. But you have like series of videos talking about breaking down your form and how your arm swing is different, and then how your shoulder rotation or your core rotation. You're like, I think I'm doing good, but I'm not. And then you show the videos about how you are progressing step by step. People kind of one thing we see a lot is like lazy disc golf, where that's the difference between somebody that's going to be am forever versus somebody that's a professional. Not just accepting the results that you're getting and being like, well, that's just where I'm at, but putting in the work to actually make the changes that make a difference. So kind of what clicked for you that you're like, oh, I need to start doing this or taking it seriously, and how have you progressed so far in that journey?
Well, when I first started playing disc golf, I feel like I fell in love with the whole thing in its entirety, and I knew where I wanted to take disc golf when COVID hit. I lost my job and was playing disc golf to cope with stress of losing all of that. And I got kind of good because I was practicing for like 10 hours a day, doing nothing but playing disc golf because that's the only thing that made me happy at the time. And oh, that's dramatic, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But I kept like, I loved tweaking every little thing. Like, oh, if I do this, what happens? And I loved learning the game. And it wasn't just, I want to practice this because I want to get really good. I didn't even have touring on my mind at the time. I just was having fun experimenting with the sport in general, and seeing different results with it. Oh, this worked better. This didn't work as well, or this kind of hurt my elbow, or this, I just loved that process in itself. And then once I started realizing that I could potentially be good enough to actually tour, because other people told me that, I started kind of actually watching like all the pros and their slow motions. And I became obsessed with watching like Simon Lizotte videos where he breaks down his form. And then I copied a lot of his form. And now I have gotten like a few injuries because, believe it or not, I'm not Simon Lizotte. So I can't throw like him and not have issues apparently. So it's still like the joy of like tweaking things and just kind of learning what works. And it surprises me how often people are like, oh man, I watched that video of yours and you really helped me with getting more distance and all that kind of stuff. Because to me, I'm not very good at explaining what I tell my body to do, but I don't know. I don't think I'm a very good teacher, but I've definitely done a lot of slow-mo videos. I'm about to go in my basement again, like I did last year, throw into the net and break it down like piece by piece. And I think that's something that I wish that I did when I first started playing. Instead of going for distance right away, I wish I went for consistency on a standstill backhand and work on that and getting that perfected before I added the X step, before I added all these different layers to my throw. And I feel like now every off season I've had to backtrack and fill those pieces of my game that I didn't start with.
Don't feel bad about that, Stacy. Everyone who's played the game of disc golf has done that.
Yeah.
We always go for, hey, I know I've only been throwing for 3 weeks, but I need a destroyer.
Yeah, I want to mash it 600 feet. So
yeah. Forget that person that's telling me to throw putters and mids. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. You definitely wish I did that. Because now I'm definitely paying the price. But I think a lot of my problem last year was a lot of my goals were result based instead of process based, and I stepped away from doing those tweaks and enjoying just like learning the game itself. And I'm hoping to bring that back this next season and just enjoy where I'm at, love my life, live in the moment, enjoy the people around me, and embrace the tour for what it is, because I'm not going to be able to do this forever. So I think that mindset is going to be very healthy going into this year, and I'm just super excited to see what happens.
Absolutely. So we know for Stacy, she's going to be throwing the Berg for a lot of her up shots.
The Jarn too for a lot of my forehand up shots.
The Jarn, okay.
The Jarn.
We haven't asked Deann yet. We know you were leaning on a specific type of upshot disc towards the end of the year there.
Oh yeah.
Have you?
The Toro.
The Toro.
All right. I wasn't going to say it. It is in my bag thanks to you. Ugh. But have you kind of started thinking about or playing with some possible replacements for that type of forehand upshot or backhand upshot that you were throwing so efficiently last year?
So let's see. We got the armadillo.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is straight, but it's like a kind of more overstable polecat kind of from what I
Okay.
think.
Okay.
Throw the bull snake.
Oh,
Here it is.
And then we have the harpoon.
But
But honestly, what I think might end up happening is the bull snake feels really great. Like, it's amazing for backhand hyzers and backhand approaches. The penny putter is also very good. It's great.
Yeah.
I do like the copperhead for flicks. So I might have a couple different putters in my bag right now, just like maybe the bull snake for backhands and the copperhead for sidearms. It really just depends.
You don't grip lock the bull snake?
No.
Oh, that thing
But-
was like so thick.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Are you?
I personally did not love it, but more power to you, my friend.
Like, are you more of a power grip on your approach shots, or do you fan grip, or is it a modified fan grip?
I only power grip my drivers. I fan grip putters and mid ranges, no matter how I throw them. If I throw them 10% or 100%, I fan grip mid ranges and putters.
Wow, I cannot for the life of me, and I can't tell you how many videos I've watched about fan gripping mid ranges. I can't do it. Like, it never
I just
comes
get
out.
more control.
I lose control. You got to show me what I'm doing wrong, because I am terrible at fan gripping mid ranges.
I can't fan grip
Dibs
anything.
on first. She has to show me first because I still haven't figured out how to do it either. I
can't
I
do
have
it.
to power grip everything.
Yeah, me
This is
too.
my
I have
grip.
to. I think I even
That's
power
my
grip my
putting grip.
putters.
Okay. Yeah, that's my putting grip, basically.
My
Okay, so that's what I
putting
throw
grip
my
is on
putter
the nose.
upshots with.
Yeah, so I do that with mid ranges and putters.
And they don't come out early or come out wobbly, or you yank it to the right, or you throw an accidental roller, or you hit a child in the spectators, or like all the stuff that happens to me.
But I also, from the day I started playing, AJ made me only throw putters. And then I graduated from putters to throwing mid ranges. And then he made me go up from there. So I am a very good putter and mid range thrower. My
Okay.
slower speeds, I am pretty good with them. I get squirrely when I go to the fast stuff, but we're working on that. But yeah, so it's always felt comfortable to me. I have whenever I was throwing the croc for a little bit, I did try to power grip that, and it just felt weird. So I just always grip it.
Okay. I'll have to try it again, because I know I should be doing it, but man, old habits die hard. I just talked to Rawnsley about being a lazy disc golfer, and here I am being a lazy disc golfer when it comes to that stuff. So we talked about the big sponsorships. Obviously the manufacturers. Congratulations to both of you. Super excited to see
Thank you.
both of you throwing that plastic, and we hope to be able to capture quite a bit of that on film this year, hopefully. What about, we know you guys are both sponsored by Dry Bags. Is that something that's going to continue into 2023?
Oh yeah, until they
Oh
kick me
yeah,
off the team.
she has
Same.
turtle bags coming, and
That's true. I just wanted to shout out Dry Bags one more time, just doing my part.
For sure.
Disc golf is evolving so much. Like, you see people that have, like with the open bag, like Drew Gibson has 7 discs from different companies that he sponsors specifically in his bag. But we see Eric Oakley has a bag sponsor. Some people are trying to get shoe sponsorships and all that stuff. We know Deann was with Upper Park last year. Will that be continuing, or is there a separation or anything that we need to look forward to?
No, I have not announced it yet. but I did leave Overpark for 2023. And I don't know if I can say.
Say what? What is it you want to say?
We have a bag sponsor on. We haven't signed anything yet, so I don't really know if I can.
Oh, it's totally up to you. Obviously, if you need to not say it, that's fine. But obviously, if you want to say it, we're not going to stop you.
I would wait until you sign.
Probably. That's
Why?
probably
Listen,
Because you seem so hesitant. I'm just here to help you out.
Supporting you there.
listen. I do what I want. No. So I don't care. I'm just gonna say it. And if they yell at me, they yell at me. Oh well, I don't care. It's a new company, Discology, out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. I said Jonesboro, Arkansas. They're pretty great.
Okay.
We've been in the talks with them, so we are super excited to have a relationship with them for next year.
That is amazing. Discology. So I don't believe I've seen any of their products yet, but you can bet I'll be Googling as soon as we're done and checking out some of their stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have is it
And
just
also
one? Go ahead.
They have 2 bags. Hold on, let me see.
I was just going to ask you if they have just one specific bag or not.
They have 2 different bags that they make. One is the OG bag.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the OG bag. And then they have this one, which is the Izzo.
The Izzo. The OG is their most popular.
There you go. Yeah, so I believe that the OG is the one that I'm going to be carrying for next year. But we're super excited. We've been in talks with them, and it just...
Oh, I have seen those.
Mm-hmm. So we're pretty excited about that. And so be looking on our YouTube channel for some unboxing videos coming up soon.
Awesome. Breaking things left and right here. Stuff that isn't even supposed to be said yet.
Surprising ourselves.
Breaking all the rules out here.
I don't care.
For the end of the year. What about you, Rawnsley? What else do you want to spill the beans about?
My dog peed on a couch the other day.
Oh,
wow. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Lola, rules don't apply. She can do what she wants.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, there is something exciting that just happened to Rawnsley. No one else may have paid attention to it. She's been on the show for about an hour and a half almost, and she just flipped her screen so that she's horizontal like everyone else.
It took me a while to realize that I was the black sheep in this. Okay,
Good
I didn't know
job,
that I was supposed to.
I was cheering for you when you did it. You did it, and I'm like, yes.
Such a rookie. Ugh.
I keep looking around because I'm in a Walmart parking lot right now, and that's why I keep looking around.
Oh, okay.
Are you still in their Wi-Fi?
No. Maybe.
Okay. Hey, Jordan Lynn's one of the Lynn's twins is on. #dry bags. I'm guessing she's part of the team too.
Who invited you?
If she's not, she should be.
Invited.
You should. I hope she's on the team, but Morgan's not. Take that, Morgan.
Oh.
Because Morgan always talks more trash than Jordan.
They're amazing. I actually found people who talk just as much crap as I do, and it is amazing.
Well, you already had someone that talks just as much crap as you.
I know, Kat. She's even worse than me sometimes. I mean, but she's the unfiltered version of me.
That's correct.
Which is why we're perfect together. It's perfect.
It's really funny because there's sometimes when like they're together and Deann will say something and Kat will translate it for me. And then there's times where Kat will say something and Deann will translate it for me because I'm like, sometimes I just can't understand what y'all are trying to talk about. And but y'all know each other so well, so
She's got
at
some
least you have
exciting
your
news
own
coming,
translators.
so
Huh?
everybody needs to watch out. She's got some exciting news coming.
Ooh.
We've heard rumblings about Kat making a big splash this year as well, so we're waiting on
I'm
that
not
one.
talking about sponsorship stuff. I'm talking about other things.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Even more. All right.
Just go ahead and tell her to
Man,
bring that
y'all
new
are getting
beer.
like all
I
the
know,
tea
right?
today.
Yeah, might as well tell us where's Lisa going, where's Maria Oliva going, where's Anthony Barella going. Oh, okay.
You're gonna have to
I
find
know,
out
but I'm
with
not allowed to
everybody
say.
else. I
Is
know. that's why
Simon
I'm
really
like,
leaving? We hear Simon's leaving to MVP.
I don't believe that he's actually doing that.
I
You never
don't.
know.
I don't either.
They just ran the Crush Boy stamps.
Right?
So why would they run that if he's leaving? They ran that after like contract season technically.
They're trying to make sure they cash in before he's gone. Obviously.
Somebody just did something
I don't know.
on
I'm
his
just talking
YouTube.
stuff.
It was not. He's not leaving. Why would he?
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can't imagine him not.
Yeah.
But then again, everybody's like, I can't imagine Paul not being with Innova.
Mm-hmm.
And then
So,
he's not with Innova.
yeah, you never know.
I completely forget that Paul was ever anything but Discraft.
Right?
Like I feel like I
ancient
just started
history.
playing and I didn't even know that he was with Innova. So
It's
Fun
funny to
fact.
think like,
You know,
Yeah.
the pro that I am like, this person was with this group. 2 people come to mind from whenever I first started. Germ and
With
Garrett
Prodigy?
Gerthy were with Prodigy.
Yeah.
I
Huh.
remember playing doubles at Hornet's Nest, getting Germ as my partner throwing Prodigy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
Hmm.
whoa.
I forgot about Garrett completely about that. The only reason I think of or I still remember Germ with Prodigy is because of that huge playoff he had with Macbeth at Memorial,
Mm-hmm.
where he was rocking Prodigy.
I believe GG was with Prodigy whenever they first started.
Yeah, they did a big
Prodigy had
steal.
everybody.
Yeah, they
Everybody
did
was on Prodigy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Even we were on Prodigy when they first got started, and we weren't even playing disc golf yet. But we were out there.
we were out there standing in the course, not knowing what to do because I didn't play disc golf yet.
Exactly. I was like, what do you want me to do with this beach frisbee? All right. So I think all the main questions that we had for you two ladies have been asked. I just want to run through the board real quick and see if anything stands out. And also, when we talk about smack talking, I really miss you and Heather Young on the course together having practice rounds. That was so much fun.
Her.
Me
I
too.
know.
I really hope she comes back soon. Like there's a void there missing with Heather not being there, and she was the only left-handed female player ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, now
Besides
Leah.
Emily Beach and Leah.
Yeah, Leah's lefty.
Yeah, lefty Leah and Emily Beach.
Oh yeah, Emily's lefty too.
I had saw one asking about what someone had asked what's going to be replacing, or what do you think will be replacing your Invader?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
You?
Me?
Yeah. Do you
The
throw
penny
Invader?
putter.
Rawnsley, did you throw an Invader?
Stacy putted with Invaders.
Yeah, I used to putt with Invaders.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, I switched them. Sorry, yeah, she gave me 2. Those are the ones that were in my bag. I'm throwing with I'm putting with Rico X's.
Okay.
That's it.
Is it for the
K3 plastic, if you care.
Is it for the feel, or that's about to ask? Was it for the feel of the disc or the plastic?
They only have like the 2 putters. So it was like the Rico and the Rico X. The Rico is more of a round rim, and the Rico X kind of has like a divot where you can kind of like a finger rest and the bead. And I've always kind of put with stable-ish discs because I tend to miss the basket right if I'm going to miss. So give it a chance to come back with a more stable putter if I'm making that mistake. But I can kind of putt with anything, I think, and make it make the adjustments that you need to make. So
I guess this is to both of you. Any signature discs or tour discs in the works?
I will have one in the works. Yeah.
Not quite sure of what it'll be yet, but yes, in the works.
Same.
Right.
That's what it was. Okay, never mind.
Oh,
I was like, nobody can hear me. I'm saying words and things. All right.
Did you mute yourself?
I did, but the thing came up saying that it looks like your mic is unplugged. So I started playing with the wires, and I didn't look to see that I was just muted.
well, what about you guys? What were some of your highlights of last year? What's some of the stuff that stuck out for you guys on tour?
What's not a blur?
No.
So we didn't quite live the van life, but there was a stretch that we were out. I think there for like 6 weeks at a time.
The
Something like
Airbnb
that,
life.
And for us, that was new, and I don't want to say exciting, but just new,
Terrifying.
I have a home with a wife and kids here and dogs, so being gone for 6 weeks, that was big, and for this upcoming year we may be looking at that repeatedly. So it's not all glitz and glamour. Having different places to eat is nice when you travel, as long as you know where to go and where not to go. I always ask locals where to go to eat. That's one of my little travel things that I do. I don't know.
We had a lot of fun at Worlds this year. Our hotel had a bunch of disc golfers in it, so we had Alden and Isaac staying there at one point, or Ezra, or maybe both, or none.
Oh, and the hotel behind us too. They were
behind us. Yeah,
Jen was there, and
Jen Allen, Drew Gibson.
Yeah,
we had Hannah Blumrose and Evelina staying in our hotel.
We saw them every morning for breakfast.
We go downstairs, and Sepapayu was staying there. Our boy Sepapayu,
your boy,
it's your boy. So we'd watch them eat the same boring breakfast every day because they never changed the breakfast items for a week and a half that we were at the hotel.
Oh my god!
But there's only so much cereal I can eat, or so much sausage and dried eggs that a man can take.
That sounds great.
But when you're on a budget, you're like, well, it's either this or I can pay $12 and go to Starbucks every morning, and we can just blow through our budget before lunch is done. So that's another thing that people don't realize is like the micromanaging that you have to do with your finances if you're a touring player or if you're in an up and coming media team. That you have to calculate for like every meal and like every little snack and every gas station stop and everything like that. It all adds up so fast. Like we didn't take any money for
That's why it's important to
go ahead, Dan.
That's why it's important to get a vehicle with a kitchen setup.
We're working on some stuff.
Yeah.
But for Worlds, we didn't get paid anything by the Pro Tour to cover FPO Chase. So we were out there for Worlds for 11 days, something like that. Close to it.
Wow.
Either 11 or 10 days.
In Emporia, paying a hotel every day, eating meals every day, and then working with pros to try to get content and paying those pros to do content, extra content, plus paying Jen Allen and Leah Sinagini to do commentary because we want that elevated level of production that you get from having professionals doing the commentary for you. So all in all, we lost probably close to $3,000 on that week to do our part to try to elevate the women's side of the game. And when you look at the revenue from YouTube, we're never going to cover that from what we're putting out.
Yeah.
So then you're like, all right, well, now that means for the next 2 weeks, we have to, look for ways to save to kind of recoup. So there's always a juggling act to try to do that stuff. And thankfully, there's other events that we have very good relationships with the tournament directors that aren't necessarily the Pro Tour that help to bring that back up to even by the time the year is up. So that's why when we constantly thank the people that hit the like button or hit the subscribe or share something or
Or a
this goes
Patreon.
for, or our Patreon supporters. And this goes, I'm sure, for your Instagram too. Hitting that share button and getting your exposure out to more and more people that don't know you yet is such a valuable tool. And it's something that everybody can do for free. It doesn't cost you anything. If you're enjoying it, hit the like button, leave a comment, share it out, let the people know what you're watching. That helps everybody across the board, especially when the FPO is trying to come up more and more and more.
Get into that algorithm.
Yeah.
Help us get there and stay there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of highlights. I was blown away in Myrtle Beach watching Deann do what she did, knowing what she was going through. Like I couldn't fathom. I lost my father in 2006 and I was a wreck for months. Like I went to work, I think I took a week and a half off of work. And when I went back, I was a shell of myself. Like I couldn't possibly perform daily functions, let alone have to deal with the pressure of having to fight off the likes of Holly Finley and Paige Shue and Rebecca Cox for a weekend to try to win an event. My hat's off to you. I have no idea how you're able to mentally do that. So that specifically stands out in my mind for the season. The battle down the stretch between Paul and Aaron Gossage at Worlds, getting to be there live for that this year. Last year at Utah when James Conrad threw the shot, we were in Utah, but we were at the Airbnb, unfortunately, editing, getting the women's stuff ready to come out. So we missed it live. We were watching it on the network. And this year we've improved our process to the point where we're faster now. And we could take the time to watch. We got to watch Kristen put out and win Worlds, and we got to watch Paul finish out and win Worlds this year too. But we're hoping for next year to have more and more moments like that being out on the road. Our plan is to be at a lot more of the big events while still working with other tours like NADGT and the Masters Disc Golf Tour.
Yeah.
And possibly collegiate disc golf along the way as well. So
yeah. And if you're watching this, go over to Instagram, follow Ace Run Pro. It helps them. They help us. If you're on this just to hear me or Deann talk, please, please, please follow these guys. They've done so much for the women's division, and they have been so kind to us from the start. Like, they're incredible people. Please give them follows, give them likes, give them shares. We all want to see them on the road. So please continue to help them do that.
Thank you.
What Stacy said. Wherever she is in my screen.
Somewhere on the screen. All right, ladies. Well, we don't want to hold you up all night, so we'll go ahead and give you the floor. We can start with Stacy since you were here on first. Anybody that you need to thank? How can people follow you and support you on your disc golf journey? The floor is yours.
Cool. I thank you to my sponsors, Castaplast Discs, Drive Bags, Indie Disc Supply. You guys are amazing, and go ahead and follow them on Instagram as well. You can find me on Instagram. I think it's just Stacy Rawnsley, like Stacy_Rawnsley, Stacy with an IE, last name RAW. I'll be the first one you find. And then I think my Facebook is now public. I don't really know. Find me on Facebook too. I think I post disc golf stuff there, but IndieDiscSupply.com does have a Stacy Rawnsley merch section. So if you go to that, click on my name, you can get some Innova fundraiser discs that I bought last year out of my own pocket. And then you can get Drive Bags from there as well, but you can also go to Drive Bags website and pick up some of the best chalk bags on the market there.
Word.
Cut.
Word. All right, Deann, what about you? Where can people look for you online? We know you're growing the YouTube channel. I was just watching some of your stuff earlier this morning. There's some stranger behind you. Be careful.
Yeah, I know. He just came in.
But yeah, plug away. Let everybody know where they can follow and support you.
So mainly Instagram at the real Deann Carey. YouTube is Carey Disc Golf. I believe that's what it is. But yeah, those are basically the two. Facebook is just Deann Carey. Sometimes there's disc golf stuff on there, sometimes there's not. Mainly all of that's on Instagram. But yeah, huge shout out to Lone Star Disc and Zone Sporting Goods, which look for some Diesel merch coming out soon.
Ooh.
Just saying, shameless plug. Drive bags and discology, but I think that's about it. I think so. I don't know.
And thank you to Walmart for
We're gonna choose the Wi-Fi.
Shout out.
Yeah, thanks for the Wi-Fi.
That's hilarious.
Walmart out there doing big things. Disc golfers know about Walmart and Planet Fitness and LA Fitness and all those spots.
Actually, McDonald's has the best free Wi-Fi, hands down.
Ooh.
Okay. Travel
I
tip.
And you can get it from a street away. Like, if you're directly across the street from a McDonald's, you can get Wi-Fi from there.
Wow.
There's been times there was one event where we had to go. I was at the hotel working, and Conrad had to go to the McDonald's and sit there and upload a video for
I
like
was
an
there for
hour.
like 4 or 5 hours just sitting there uploading stuff.
That's part of the glamorous life of being on the road, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ladies, thank you so very much for agreeing to come on, for helping us say goodbye to 2022 and get ready for 2023, which is sure to be an exciting year.
And thank you for bringing all the tea. Y'all just
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys got a lot of tea tonight.
Yeah, no kidding.
Seriously, it's great. Well, thanks for having us, and again, thank you all so much for what you do. And you have to know that all the women in our division absolutely appreciate you guys so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure to be out there every week watching you ladies. So we love doing it. We hope to be doing a lot more of it in 2023. Stay tuned.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, ladies. Well, we wish you all the best. Hopefully we will see you ladies in
A few weeks.
A little over a month, I think, at this point in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are going to Vegas?
Shh.
That's
Don't tell
Well, I
anybody.
mean, you literally just said it.
That's the
We're
plan.
working. We're working on it. We have to dot the last couple of I's and cross a couple of T's.
Well, hurry up and do that.
But we're trying to get everything squared away, and we should hopefully be out there.
Sweet. We'll see you there.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. All right, thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
Y'all have an awesome night.
Thank you.
Love you
thank
guys.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Deann's got worried face on. There you go. That was awesome.
I know, right?
Holy cow.
Man. Oh man, we just missed the opportunity.
To do what?
I realized it just now too.
Mm.
We could have given away some Lone Star disc or some
It's
cost
too early for
supplies.
them. Yeah. As soon as your packages arrive from your sponsors, just send them to
Just
us
send them here.
so we can start reviewing them.
Wait, no, Deann's there. She can just go into the warehouse and this is for Ace Run.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That'd be sick. We should be like, hey, if you see something cool in the warehouse, just pull it for us. We should get with Josh and start doing some reviews and stuff. Thank you, Bob, again. And thank you, Aaron. You guys have been crazy with the support tonight and the super chats.
I'm not even used to this at all. And
Yeah,
then,
amazing. Thank you, everybody that's contributed and all the comments and all the good stuff. You can give away some dry bags. I'm actually, you know what? You're right. You're right, Aaron. I've got 3 dry bags. I'm not going to be greedy. As part of our quarterly giveaway this month or this quarter, I'm going to include one of Deann Carey's dry bags as part of the giveaway. So it'll be a couple of discs and a dry bag going out their way. And we definitely want to talk to Aaron about doing some Ace Run dry bags. That would be amazing.
thank you,
You
Ken.
never have enough dry bags. And I'm not just saying that because I'm not paid by them or anything. I just literally love their product. So cool experience. Dig the work. Thank you so much, Casey. I'm still trying to catch up with all the amazing comments. Thank you, Joseph Thornburg. Thank you, Jody, for interacting all night, guys. So we got just a couple of things to kind of recap and finish up on. We kind of hinted at what 2023 looks like. We talked about we kind of hinted at the Masters Disc Golf Tour as well. We are in talks with Callie McMorran. We have been for quite some time now trying to figure out exactly how we can make all of this work. So we've We got one of the big pieces of the puzzle kind of fell into place earlier this week, which would allow us the flexibility to go out and be on the tour potentially full time this year. And then we just have to kind of finalize that with the Pro Tour and get all that done. But looking at our schedule, we are trying to filter in quite a few of the Masters events this year as well. We've worked with the PDGA for the last couple of years on covering Solinsky and Masters Worlds, a couple of the age-protected majors, and we're looking to potentially be doing that again this year. We always really enjoy working hand-in-hand with the PDGA for those events, and maybe some other events as well that we didn't get a chance to cover last year. But a lot of the Masters events that Cali has put on the schedule potentially line up for us to be able to get out to as well. So we just have to see how exactly we can make all of that fit. But we've been touched by the amount of requests that we've gotten from Cali and that tour, from the NADGT to work with them, from the college disc golf team to go out and cover more events. So there's a lot of potential for us to get to all these. But there's only two of us, and we're working on that becoming more as well, as we've got some potential partners and friends that we're trying to bring along to hopefully grow the team and help us to get and expand on more events that we can cover throughout the year. So, and again, I can't go much further without thanking everybody and all of you guys for making that even a possible reality. Without the support from you guys constantly, this wouldn't have gotten to this point to begin with. I was just actually looking at some of our stuff from when we launched, because on my Facebook, it brought up the memory of 4 years ago when we first officially launched the channel. And I can't believe that we're going into our 5th year of doing this, and where we've come to in that time period is just completely blows me away. But super thankful for all you guys for getting us to where we are today, and excited to see where we're going still. He's back.
No, I'm not.
He's not. So that's pretty much where we're at for 2023. Once we get everything finalized, expect like a formal announcement. We'll tell everybody where we're going, where we're going to be at, and everything for 2023. Let's see. Giveaways. Yep, we do have some giveaways. We've got our monthly Patreon giveaway and our quarterly giveaway. So that will be coming up shortly. I think Conrad's probably digging for the monthly giveaway as we
I had to do that, and my light burnt out. It didn't burn out, but it didn't have a charge from doing this and Zoom meetings and work meetings and stuff. So I had to switch out the light. I was looking too dark. I don't need to be that dark.
We did already shout out Joseph Thornburg, but thank you again, Joseph, one of our newest Patreon supporters. And we have, that's my wife. Hello, Jennifer Vega. I know her.
I know her too.
I want to pull up our Patreon list here.
Yeah, I did have to go find some discs to be able to
give away.
Give
it away now.
And I don't know which one I'm gonna choose. I may let the winner choose. Wait, how many discs am I supposed to get?
For the monthly giveaway, it is 1 disc. Morgan Lins. I didn't want to say the wrong Lins twins. So Morgan actually signed up for.
Oh, yeah, Morgan, yeah.
Our Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't wait to check out herself.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, if you're a Patreon supporter, you get early access to a lot of our coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And like right now, if you're on there, you get South Florida Open, which isn't out yet. It should be out. It will be out in 2023 early. And we've got a new series that we debuted, which will be coming out the 1st of January, which is the Ace Run Challenge, which I have to give credit to Ben Liena, who's actually the brainchild of this. He actually brought this up to me after a league event we were at. And it just seemed like such a brilliant idea. He's like, oh, why don't you do an Ace Run Challenge since you guys are Ace Run Pro? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Ace Run Challenge. Try to get an ace. I was like, this is brilliant. We've been at this for 4 years now. We didn't think of this.
Thank you, Ben Immediate.
Yeah, thank you. Morgan is so into herself. Nice, Jordan. Nice.
You talk about her when she's not here. Yeah.
Yeah, take that, Morgan.
Make her watch it too.
Yeah. But yeah, Ben brought that up and we were able to kind of get that series going. We just had to figure out the logistics of how it would work. And we pulled together 3 pros that you guys, I'm sure, all know and love. Alden Harris of the Alden Vlogs, Isaac Robinson, the reigning, defending, undisputed PDGA Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, you know what? I got my...
Or is it Disc Golf Pro Tour Rookie of the Year? He's the Rookie of the Year somewhere. Bam, there he is right there.
My light's too bright. All right.
Isaac, I'm the oldest Robinson.
Number 1. I call him number 1. He knows why.
And his brother Ezra, I'm not as good as Isaac. I mean,
number 2. Oh, my fault.
Ezra Robinson, who recently beat Isaac at Lenora Park. They had a little battle.
Wait, I thought they each won one. Was there a playoff, or I thought Isaac won first and then Ez won? I don't.
They said it was going to be a 2-round event, but the only score I saw was Ezra shot 14 down, and I think Isaac was 10.
But Isaac won first.
Oh,
I don't know about how many though, but he.
Oh, don't tell anybody, Aaron. It's supposed to be a secret.
Man, we know he spills all the tea.
It's all getting leaked out today. I remember talking to, Ezra was super excited when he talked to you guys about that. He's like, hey, I just got a new sponsor. I was like, okay, who's these dry bags? I was like, yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, that was at USDGC, I think. We
USDGC?
excited about it. Yeah.
Sounds awesome to see.
I think part of the excitement was that he was rubbing it in Isaac's face too. Probably
so, because Isaac's not on there. My T picture has all. I totally lost track of what I was saying. Disc golf, Ezra, Morgan.
This wasn't a live broadcast. I rewinded. I don't remember.
Jordan,
and
then Morgan, and then disc golf, and then here we are. Wow, the disadvantages of getting old.
It's all advantages, baby. Oh, what? Yeah.
That's true. Emerson Keith too. What? Y'all got Emerson Keith too?
Who?
Is that right, Aaron? I'm looking at the live chat now. I know Emerson also joined Lone Star. So is he talking? Oh my God, and he's on drive back. Oh my goodness. Y'all are getting everybody. They talk about Lone Star making all the moves this offseason. Apparently his drive bags is making all the moves this offseason. We've been talking about the wrong company. That's awesome, Aaron. What? Well, we're gonna see her in a couple weeks.
What?
Yeah. I can't carry like 13 drive bags. Like I like sponsor or helping to pick up drive bags from all the players that we love. The problem is all the players that we know are awesome. So when they get stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get your signature disc and I'll get this and I'll get your socks. I picked up socks from somebody and drive bags from Deann, and now I got to get a Page shoe drive bag, a Rawnsley drive bag. I already got Deann's, thankfully.
Emerson, you're going to end up having to get an Ace Run drive bag.
An Ace Run drive bag. That's the one I really want.
Yeah, those are exclusive. I heard though, those are really hard to get. They're rare.
We should do a collaboration thing where it's like Ace Run, and then it has like the FPO players that we love, like under it too. So they support us and all the FPO players that we love. Ideas. We're giving you ideas, Aaron. We pick great family members. Absolutely. All the people you're naming are people that are of incredibly high quality. We just talked about Paige Shoe being sneaky nice. Like she's up to something.
I know.
I still don't know what. I don't know yet.
It's up to everything.
No, we don't have a Lynn's Twins drive back yet, Jordan. We'll take care of that.
Wait, do we have to get 2?
Just one of each, right?
No, it's a collaboration between the 2. It's only one bag.
They should switch faces and see if anybody notices on the
They
bag.
should.
Just put a
They
picture
should.
of like Jordan and then put Morgan's name on it.
Only their mom would know.
Yeah. See if anybody catches on. We'll get more, obviously. Just send us a crate, Aaron, of dry bags and an invoice, and we'll take care of it. Just get it out of the way. But yeah, that's amazing. That's it's so much fun to see, and that's part of the fun of seeing the growth. We just talked about the manufacturer sponsorship, but Deann's talking about a bag sponsorship. We're seeing Idio Sports sponsor more players, and what I kind of related to golf or ball golf or traditional golf or stick golf or whatever you want to call it. That you'll have a player that is sponsored by Callaway clubs, and they'll also be sponsored by FootJoy for their gloves or for their feet, or Nike feet. They got Nike feet.
Man, I got to get some of them Nike feet, man. Mine are messed up. I got to get them Nike feet.
We're talking for 2 hours straight. It's hard. It's hard to keep things proper. My feet are made by Nike, baby. All right. Nike shoes and FootJoy gloves and their balls, golf balls, are whatever, Shirkshron or all that stuff.
Well, it depends. Sometimes
Callaway won't let you hit. Yeah, they'll be
it
like,
depends on how big the
balls.
sponsor is. Like,
yeah,
you can. Nike's probably not letting too many people get away with being FootJoy now that they actually make shoes.
That's true. That's true. But if it's a company that doesn't necessarily have all this stuff,
yeah, then
you would see the multiple different sponsorships. And it's kind of like what we're seeing with some of the mixed bag stuff, like with Drew Gibson having an RPM disc specifically, like one mold from that, and another mold from, he's got what is that? The Supra from Finish Line, and he's got EV7 putters, all kinds of stuff like that. It's almost a glimpse to what potentially the future of sponsorship may look like. Is Jordan just talking that smack? Is that what's? Haha, no, her face is.
Oh wait. So this was the question. Hers turn out if he does, and then her face was the problem.
But she has your face. Doesn't
they look totally different, man? They look totally different.
They probably, to them,
yeah.
They probably look in the mirror. They can see every little bit different. The more we hung out with them, I started to notice like
little things,
the subtle differences to tell them apart. And I was like, oh, okay, you're Jordan, you're Morgan, so I can see it. But if you first meet them, you're like, oh,
yeah, I don't know. You just toss up. They should be used to it by now, though.
We talked about doing a Deann and Cat tree strike challenge,
but we don't know if we could air it because of Cat.
Deann's got a little potty mouth too from time to time. There'd be a lot of bleeping going on that, but that's potentially something that we want to do is do like an FPO version at some point of tree strike. We brought in Macy into the last one that we did, and she just talked her Southern smack the entire time, which is hilarious, and most of it was directed towards Zach Melton.
Yeah,
because take that, Zach, because that's what you deserve. I know Chris and Zach had reached out to us about doing another one, so we're
hopefully we can get that one
in the can relatively soon and kind of get that going. But it would be a lot of edits. You're right, Aaron. And I'm the one that does the editing, so it's a lot more work for me. Do you guys have camera people in Cali, or do you travel, or both? Thank you for the super chat, Cab. We don't have camera people. The camera people that are for Ace Productions are the two people that are staring you in the face right now. Occasionally, we've had a couple buddies that have stepped in and worked a third camera for us for some of our local events. But when you're seeing Ace Productions bringing you coverage from Utah or Texas or wherever, it is us. So we travel.
We are the cameramen, we are the producers, we are the directors, we are the
social media.
Yep.
The back end, the front end, the side end, everything. Every end is us. We are working on hopefully bringing on a couple of new guys more so this year to add flexibility, one, and to add to the product and be able to provide that extra touch that a consistent third camera brings. Plus, it just opens up more flexibility to do more stuff and more extra content on the road. We will be taking on a lot more projects this year that will necessitate having more people involved, if for nothing else, just to help us keep our sanity. And yeah, that was lost a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And just if something happens, like if I get sick or Conrad gets sick, like you probably can tell I'm a little under the weather. I started the year sick and I'm going to finish the year sick. But thankfully, in between, we covered all the events and I didn't get sick.
Luckily, when I did get sick, it was like immediately after an event. And so I was sick for the travel days and everything leading up to the next one. And then I was back better by the time we actually needed to get back to work.
Exactly. Terry Miller. Terry's I don't know how Terry does what he does, to be honest. Because Terry somehow is at 6 places at once every weekend. And he makes it work.
Have you seen Multiplicity?
Oh, is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
So there's just like a dumber version.
There's a slow Terry out there somewhere. Piece of thief.
The 6th version of Terry is just running into a wall repeatedly. But look
at this guy. Look at this guy. Hey, Tyler.
Improvements. Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, we've had help everywhere. Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, it's just been Tyler was one that we worked with pretty recently. And then he got to work with the Pro Tour as well. And he got to do some extra work later on in a couple of weeks after the event that we got to. So that was one that he just reached out and it made sense for us logistically and travel-wise where we were going to. And that kind of just worked out to bring him into the fold for a quick event and just share any and all knowledge that we could in that time frame for him. So, but yeah, this year, hopefully there'll be a few more of us at the events, which would be fun to see. So if you see a couple of new guys and we introduce you to them on the road, that's what's going on. But yeah. But yeah, once we get everything kind of finalized and we know exactly what's going to be in 2023, then we will get all that out on our socials so that everybody knows.
We'll let the Patreons know first, though.
Exactly. Always. Always. And if you're on Patreon, expect more stuff because we should be having more content.
Stuff. Yeah.
More stuff. Expect more stuff because there's more stuff coming. Our plan is in January to release. We can kind of leak some of this stuff out now. Is to release quite a bit of backlog stuff that we've got that we're still working through. So January 1st, you can expect the Ace Run Pro Challenge. That'll be for everybody to view. The South Florida Open will be coming out sometime early in January. We've still got the Tim Selinsky US Masters, our version, which needs to come out on our channel as well. Thank you, Terry. Terry's an inspiration to us because we like I said, I still don't know how he does everything he does. I'm convinced he's part vampire, at least because he doesn't sleep.
No, that's when the multiplicity swap. There's a night one and then there's a day one.
Drop in and drop out.
The only problem is that when one get drunk, all of them end up. Never mind.
I'm also not used to receiving a super. This feels weird because we go on Smashbox and deliver super chat.
Yeah.
And now thank you, Terry. That's so weird though.
Wait, is this a refund? Is he just giving it back to us?
Perfect. Still waiting on those Patreon discs though, Terry. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Where's Johnny V? Where's he at?
All right, let me not get off track. Ace Run Pro Challenge, Tim Selinsky, South Florida Open, Eagle Eye Open. Still needs to come out as well.
Yeah.
And we'll also be at the Savannah Open, so that'll be coming out sometime before the Pro Tour kicks off as well. So January will be a very, very busy month on the channel. So if you're not already subscribed and haven't hit that like button, you need to, because you're going to be missing out on constant content coming out in 2023. We plan to flood YouTube's algorithm with our stuff.
Yes.
In the beginning of the year. So they are printed and in storage.
Okay.
We're just busting your chops, Terry. We know we love you. We throw those discs in the garbage anyway when they come our way. Nah, just kidding. There's 2019 on my wall. And right next to it, there's 2020. They're right next to my Utah Worlds disc and my copy of the Hub City 2020 disc that Comrade also has, signed by Ricky and Zach Melton and Chris Dickerson for our final card.
Oh yeah, I have a whole crate of signed discs. I don't know what they are.
I'm sure we're nowhere near the amount of signed discs that Terry Miller has. I can't even begin to fathom what that man has in his stockpile. I remember when we had him on this year for one of our quarterly podcasts, and we asked him how many discs, and it was a staggering amount of discs that he had just in storage alone. He's probably forgotten more discs than he remembers having.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he does. He always talks about, you guy. Guess what? I went in there and found a whole box of. I forgot to order these.
Yeah, but I got them.
Have these discs from 2005. I totally forgot.
I got all these Franklin Albatrosses from 2006 when they first launched, and they're all signed by Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin himself signed these.
Oh, I meant to say this earlier. I didn't realize that everyone could hear my 3D printer going in the background. I thought it was far enough away that the mic wasn't picking it up. But Deann was like, "Is somebody printing something?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," but I was 98% through a 5-hour print, so I couldn't stop. But anyway, sorry, y'all.
His new hobby.
Yes. Very, very much so. Currently I'm looking at 4 different 3D printers. There's no reason for me to have that many. I don't sell anything. This is just
right. He just makes stuff.
So
he's like, "Hey, I made this.
This is the masterpiece that I'm so excited about, because it holds my drive and it has the wires, and this is the one that works. This one, it looks pretty, but it didn't work as well. And then there's this design here that it just holds onto it. And then these were some prototypes that I made. These right here, and this one
down the rabbit hole.
It's the same prototype, but it's a little bit too small, and that's just what I have in front of me at my desk. So yeah, I have a 3D printing problem right now.
Terry's asking, what's the most useful thing you've printed so far?
My wife's not here, so I can say. So there's a toothpaste squeezer that helps you squeeze the toothpaste out, because she's just an animal. Oh my gosh. So the toothpaste, I guess that would be but I've also printed, little memory card holder, so I can put my memory cards and have them in here. Just Terry, I keep printing stuff. I printed a board game. We haven't played it yet, Felix, but I'm gonna play it with you at some point. It's called Ultimate Tic-Tac-Toe. It's not regular tic-tac-toe, it's Ultimate Tic-Tac-Toe. So there's some rules to it. But I printed that board game. I printed Christmas gifts.
You did?
Yeah.
My daughter got a unicorn, which she immediately colored in, and he made me an Iron Man, which my daughter also colored in. It's hard to see.
She did?
Yeah. She put some red and some yellow on there. Bam. Iron Man.
Perfect.
She kept eyeballing it. I'm like, go ahead. Go ahead and color it in. I know you want to. But yeah, that was fun. I'm excited to see how the final version of these holders for the drives, or SSD drives.
That's one that's one of them I was printing. This is version 7 at this point.
Okay. I was looking for a portable monitor stand. I'd like one for on the road. I guess I should have Googled desktop iPad stand instead of what. Okay.
So I'm going to take the support off now and see if it actually.
It really is endless, Tyler. Because he'll be like, look, I made this. I made that. Hey, I made dice. Hey, I made.
Oh yeah, I made the dice too.
I'm surprised you haven't made like toothpicks yet.
No,
You'd be like, I'll never have to buy a toothpick again.
It's not safe to eat. So
No.
I'm gonna get another material because I got to make some measuring cups. I can't get this off with my hands. So anyway,
Doesn't work then.
I normally use my pliers just over there, but I'm gonna take this off.
You have these holders for SSD
The newest version.
Hey, Terry's gonna be your first customer.
What's he need?
He said once you've perfected those SSD drive holders, he'll buy one from you.
Okay. He just gotta tell me which version he wants. If he wants the enclosed one, or is this gonna go all the way in? This fits. It's so hard to get something to fit. Oh, look at that.
But can you get it out once it's in?
It doesn't matter.
Technically, I guess it doesn't. Once it's in there, it's just
it comes
it's
out.
a new turtle shell. Okay.
It comes out. All of them come out, even this one.
And then he's got like slots for the wire and the little adapter piece.
You always it's this little thing here is like you're always looking for it.
It ends up in the bottom of my travel bag, and I got to be
so
digging through it.
Convenient than having to carry the box or anything else, and it's always with it. And yeah, so I guess I'm gonna need to make some H1 Pro versions so that when people get it, they're still advertising for us. Just
Always be Brandon.
Yeah, always
ABB. Always be Brandon. Can you 3D print a 3D printer? Huh.
You can, except for durability, the metal parts. You could print the entire thing, but for durability, if you were serious about it, you would want to have the metal parts be metal for durability. But yes, you can.
Terry, we finally got an exclusive. We always hear about Smashbox exclusives.
Oh yeah.
But if you were on earlier, if you go back and rewatch, you'll see that Stacy Rawnsley announced officially who she's signing with. And Deann Carey announced who her new bag sponsor is going to be for 2023. And Aaron from Dry Bag announced that he signed the entire Disc Golf Pro Tour. And they're all going to have dry bags next year. As everyone is joining Team Dry Bags, which is amazing because everybody will have perfect grip on every shot. Bam. Yeah, we got a taste of what it's like to be Terry Miller and break some news. It's very exciting. Simon's going to come on in a little bit and tell us who he's signing with also and put all the rumors to bed. Perfect. You want me to ruin it for you, Terry, or do you want to go back and dig through the archives and try to figure out exactly at what point she actually said it? Because I couldn't tell you what minute marker it was. If I was diligent at all, I would have been writing it down. I already know the side of drama. There you go. Jordan put it out there. Stacy will be with Team Costaplast.
Terry getting help.
Or as Dave Felberg called it for years, Costaplasta. Costaplasta.
Hey Terry, I sent you an email real quick.
Boom. And yes, and Deann signing with Discology. She hasn't officially signed yet.
No.
As her bag sponsor for next
officially
year.
Announcing, but not officially signed.
Yes, but Discology. So she is separating ways with Upper Park, which we spoke to her at the end, towards the end of last year, and we kind of saw the writing on the wall on that one. But we weren't sure if it was going to be a different company, but she's going with a smaller brand, kind of building it up, help to get the name out there, which is awesome to see. And of course, Lone Star, yes, which she announced, or Lone Star announced earlier today on their Instagram, that both her and AJ Carey will be on Team Lone Star. It's nice to not have to hold that secret for as long as we did. Now we've just got a few.
I just found out.
Yeah. Now we've just got a few more small ones that we can't talk about. But yeah, I just filmed the greatest Upper Park slow-mo with her in Gainesville. That's funny. Yeah, because we were filming, I think it was Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Myrtle Beach. Like every time she'd swing the bag around and put it on and start walking away, I captured it every time. And I was like, oh, I'm going to put together some Upper Park stuff for her. And she's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be with them next year. I'm like, you know how much time I just spent on all these cool angles of you just walking away with the bag slowly, and I'm like zooming in and panning in on the logos, and all for nothing. Unless I get it out before the 31st, which
There you go.
there's way too much stuff on the plate. I'm still putting stuff together for Callie McMorrin, which I was working on today, and I still got stuff to send out to Infinite that we shot with Dave Feldberg. So the grind never ends.
Terry knows about it.
Terry knows very much about it, but it's part of the fun of the job, having different projects and cool little things to work on. And certainly blessed to be able to do it. How many Masters tour events do you plan on covering?
What'd you say?
Terry's asking how many Masters.
Oh, it
tour
didn't sound like you said Masters, but okay.
Oh, Masters events do you plan on covering? So we have a tentative schedule so far, Terry. Conrad and I actually haven't formally gone through and finalized what we think will be the actual version. It can't be what I've written down because there's 52 weeks in the year.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've 40 weeks that you have.
I've got us down for 48 weeks, so that we can't do 48 weeks on the road. So, something will break, probably my sanity, if we do that. So we have to look at what actually logistically makes sense. Terry, if I had to give you a ballpark figure, we could potentially get to, I think it was 7 events and the championship. We are very much committed to getting to the championship for her. We've blocked that out on our schedule for sure at Marion, and we love that place in Marion, North Carolina. So if we can get there as often as we can, we will. I'm missing Siller. Is that what did I miss? Jordan Lynn's running over her sister. Yeah. Ace Run can sign with Upper Park. We could, but we've got something in the works with another company that makes bags that we can't talk about because we haven't finalized that yet either. There's an awful lot of stuff in the air that we haven't finalized yet. But
as it should be. I mean, that means we're staying busy.
It is. Like we said, we've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people. And we're still having conversations with a lot of different people. Oh, one thing, and maybe Terry can help out with this. We need merch. I don't know why. We've spent the better part of the last 2 years trying to nail this down, and we are still at square one.
Now we're at square two. Square one would be like not having a site.
All right, we have a site that has some stuff on there. But we would like to partner with a reputable manufacturer that does merchandising, and we've had great talks with companies, and somewhere along the line, something has fallen off. We've spoken to Paragon, we've spoken to North Par, we've spoken with ThoughtSpace, and we just can't seem to get stuff finalized. So if you are anyway, I'm thinking we should reach out to Flight Factory because we've worked with them pretty well, and they do some great merchandise too. But we want to get like shirts and jerseys and all that stuff made up, because when we're on the road, people like the sweater that I'm wearing now, people constantly ask us about.
That one. They always ask us about that one.
Where we got this guy. I can never figure out how a camera works or where I need to point. Whatever.
Just mirror your thing, and then you'll know.
Just get
you doing backward stuff.
There, that one, this one. It's got stuff on the back. It's also the most comfortable sweater ever made. And it keeps me warm in 20-degree weather, and I can still wear it in like 60-degree weather and not die. But serious. Oh, well, I kind of get that too, Terry. But we have ideas. We just need to put those ideas to vision.
Yeah, together.
Somebody with the artistic mindset,
with adhesive, and make them whole
stuff
from thought.
We still haven't given up on ThoughtSpace. We've had a very good working relationship with Aaron, and maybe if he sees this, he'll get back to us, because the last like month.
I mean, you put him on blast. He got to get back to us now.
I've been trying to reach him through Facebook and email and Instagram.
Oh, Discura.
Who's that?
The company? Discura?
I honestly haven't heard that. I thought he just spelled Reed Fiskura's name wrong.
No. AC Baby. She
works with them?
Doesn't. Well, yeah, they work with her.
Do you need art or just printing done?
Yeah.
I guess the first step would be, probably the first step would be at least art, because we have concepts and we just need to visualize them and bring them to life. And then maybe if we have the artwork, then we can go to somebody that just does the actual production and say, this is the artwork that we need. Like if we go to Flight Factory and say, hey, here's an idea for the design that we have, and this is what it looks like. Can you guys apply this to shirts and hats, that type of stuff? Indeed. So that we're not just offering just discs. We'd love to have drive bags to offer on the road as well, Aaron. But yeah, we want to, and we need to expand our merchandising in 2023, just because we get quite a bit of requests for that. Nick from the Nick and Matt show runs Discura. Oh, sweet. Let me talk to a couple. Yeah, thank you, Aaron. That would be amazing. Thank you. So yeah, merch. It was on the back of my brain all day today because I'm like, what is this? It's the end of 2022 and we're going into 2023, and I still don't know who's going to make our shirts and where the hats are going to come from, and headbands for mullet people. I don't know, all kinds of stuff. People that have mullets need the hairband thing because
you said mullet people like there's a country of them or something, or
like Ezra now like rocks like a half mullet, so he has a hairband. He needs to keep the business and the party.
Alden needs one. Alden
needs one. Well, he doesn't necessarily have a mullet.
No, he has flowing hair that he needs to somehow control.
He's got the long Loki hair, which is beautiful. His beautiful long mane that he keeps in a man bun all year long. He talked about he spoke about how he conditions his hair and stuff. I'll clip that together for Instagram at some point and put that up as well. The stuff that we capture while filming other stuff is amazing sometimes. Some of those little clips, like Matty O talking about third and long, and then the putts and the Tom Brady spiral and all that stuff. Like I didn't even know that was in there. I've looked at that folder 10 times from Worlds, and I didn't see that clip.
I think I didn't hear it. I saw them, but I wasn't listening when I was going through. Yeah. This is a side note from the Patreon show, mainly just for you. I could wait, but I'm not. So we got more 5 terabyte drives. So they came in. So we have that. I did go ahead and weigh the monopods, because that's something I would do. The new ones are a half a pound lighter than the old ones. So every pound saved multiplied by 56 holes is well worth.
We calculated if we got new cameras that would be 2.5 pounds saved per hole. So over a tournament, it was something like 644,000 pounds less stress that will be on our bodies. Did I see a receipt from a certain?
Not a receipt, but a order. I was talking to someone, and they get basically it's a discount. If I act on it, it's a discount. So we can't act on it yet. We have to. Tomorrow will be the earliest.
Okay.
But yeah, I talked to the specialist, I guess, and got some reassurances about the selection. So, yeah.
Really,
yeah.
How exciting! How very exciting! All right, super exciting. I just need logos, and the drive bags are no issue. That is amazing, Aaron. We have logos. We have our old logo. We have a semi-new logo that we used on our skirts that I think would look pretty cool on a drive bag, on our table skirt.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that thing.
I kind of want to start implementing that on some stuff. I think that would be kind of like the patches that we have. I think that stamp or that thing, if it's not too much detail for the patches, could look cool. And kind of give some variety. Then I fall over My runs in the final round. Those trees wanted to trip me. And Tyler was having his own battles at the New World Championship. Tyler worked the third camera for us, and he was in charge of running the reaction cam as well as picking up and setting up the GoPro.
Mm-hmm.
And we had broken the stand that the GoPro goes on, this little tripod. One of the legs would break off. So he would try to set it up and the thing would fall over, and then Brody Smith would be glaring at him because he's ready to throw. And he'd like get out there, Tyler. I'd hit him on the walkie-talkie, like, just get out of the way. They're ready to throw. So he was having issues with that, and then it would like pointed too high or pointed too low. And then I was also working a live cam for the Pro Tour for the first time ever, and the whole stress that comes with that. And the wire wasn't working, and I'm hearing the producer in my ear like, camera 4, I don't have you at all. Like, I don't see anything from you. And Sam, who was on the ground, is like on a golf cart on his way trying to get to me at like hole 4 to fix the live view unit to try to get that to work. And he's literally like wrenching on my back as my backpack. And I'm trying to hold a camera still for a live feed and for our shots while he's ragdolling me on the back there trying to get wires connected. It was madness. That's the perfect word for it, Tyler. It was definitely madness. But thankfully it all worked out. We got it done. All the shots were covered. They got their live shots. We put our edit together. And it all worked out in the end. And we avoided the hurricane, and we slept in a camper during a hurricane, which that was a first for us.
Yeah, that was.
As a team.
I still wonder if that thing is still up from the wind lifting it, or if someone actually went up there and put it down.
I hope they closed it.
I hope so. I couldn't get up there. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, being in an RV with no stabilizers on during a hurricane, I would not.
That's fun. That's an experience.
It was an experience.
Yeah,
definitely an experience. And then the rest of the week, you slept in a storage closet, and I slept in the RV.
Yeah, I did sleep in a storage closet.
So we talked about the glitz and glam of the tour life. There you go. Yeah. That's some of what you get to experience.
In the storage closet, was rudely, very rudely awakened when someone didn't know I was in there and just came in, slamming doors, turning on lights, and locking me in. I was locked in. I was locked in and locked out all at the same time. It was just so much going on, so much fun.
Yeah.
Hey, you see that?
Yeah, especially my drives getting there. What?
No.
Oh, Deann Carey laughing at me. Wait a minute. Who's this guy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Talking to him this way.
I can maybe adjust myself so that I'm. Oh, hey, that works too. Okay. Do I sound all right? Everything looking?
Yeah, great. Looks great.
All right. Well, good evening, guys.
I didn't mean for you to have to, go do all that, get all gussied up, and turn on the lights, get the microphone and headphone, put on makeup. We didn't need all that. You could have.
This old thing.
Jump on the phone.
I just got out of bed. I just woke up and.
I woke up like this. Nice.
Yeah, no, not quite. No, it's actually really cold in my office, and like disgustingly cold. And I've lately been working at the dining room table as opposed to in my office. And today, with a heat wave of 50 degrees rolling into Wisconsin, I can actually get back into my office where all my my little bit of a studio is set up. So,
did you go swimming today?
No, we had an indoor disc golf opportunity though.
Oh,
and it's funny because when it was 30 below with wind chill last week, that would have been a much greater time to be there. But today it was 50 degrees out, so you almost wanted to go out and play, on an actual course.
Yeah.
But
is that the yearly event or whatever that you guys put on?
Yeah. So there's technically going to be one in a couple nights with Philo. And he'll be here on New Year's Eve. They basically expanded it so that there could be a New Year's Eve version. And so Philo's going to be in town in a couple days. And then in 2 or 3 weeks, they have a special guest every year. This year, it's going to be Nate Sexton, and he's going to be here. And I think that's the same weekend I go somewhere else, which is usually the case. But yeah, Sexton, I think, is going to be here. But it's the same complex, kind of the same idea, both weekends. So pretty cool.
We had heard rumors that Sexton was leaving Innova and that he was signing, we believe, with Mint Discs.
No, I heard the rumor that he was signing with Smashbox. That
He was replacing
Smashbox
Johnny
was gonna, and he could use any disc that he could find in Terry's storage.
What an advantage!
Yeah, he'd be all right. He'd be okay. Although I wasn't a big orc thrower, not that he does anymore, but he used to be a really big orc thrower, and people always ask if I have those, and I don't because I didn't throw orcs. And so I'm deep on the stuff that I threw. I mean, I have everything, but I was really deep on the stuff that I actually liked and threw as well, like race and rocks and T-birds and things of that nature. But my Firebird collection would suit him just fine. I've got plenty of years and plenty of versions for him.
I'm willing to bet that he may be the only person that has more 2015s than you.
No, surprisingly, I don't have a ton of 2015s. And I've told him this story. I said, when that came out and it was $22.99 or maybe even $19.99, I'm like, I'm not paying that. That's crazy. I'm not going to pay for some tour series. And I don't throw Firebirds. So I definitely wasn't about to stock up. And I think I just bought a couple of them. And of course, by the very next year, I had already learned I bought 25 or 30 or 50 or whatever it was. And now in the last couple of years, I've bought, 200 or 300 or whatever of the last few years. But yeah, the 2015s, I only have a handful of them. So not too many.
Do you have any 8-time whippets?
Probably not.
What?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Actually, no. Is that super domey? Like, if you press on it, does it have like a massive? Like, does it really pop or no?
No, not really.
Okay. So I have a couple that are super pop top. Of those, but it's funny because I grew up throwing the Whippet. That was like one of the fastest discs on the planet at the time. So in like 90, 95, 96 time frame, like the Whippet was all the rage. And I had like 6 Whippets in my bag. Like that was a go-to driver. And in fact, all top players, I wasn't a top player, but I mean, all top players had Whippets and Vipers in their bag because those were some of the best discs on the planet at the time. So, Gazelles. I got into Gazelles, which was a little less stable version of a Whippet, and I've got hundreds of DX Gazelles, which are probably about worth the $7 or $8 I bought them for 20 years ago. So,
we've got an old school buddy that loves Gazelles and Rams. He's probably the only Ram thrower I've ever known in my life.
Yeah, those are a very small group as well. I have a handful. I threw them for super crazy skip shots and headwinds, but you needed like 2, and that lasted you your entire life.
Did you hold on to any of was it 2021? I think it was 2021. The Las Vegas Sexton release that they do every year.
Yes.
That were going for like $1,000 or something at one point.
Yeah, that was the 2020 were super crazy because that was the first time they did it, and then COVID hit and nobody knew what was going on, and those were going for like $600 and $800 and $900 in raffle. And I remember Matt Graham, who was working with me that weekend, we both got ours. And he went and from our Vegas hotel room, because that's how you really party, is you put up pictures of Frisbees, and he sold both of his. He got 2 and he sold them for like $350 or $400. And we were just stoked. Like you just turned your $40 into $400. Yeah. Easier than a playing a Vegas game. And then I got home like a week later and ended up selling one for like 600. So his and that was where the market was at for those at that time. And it's what a crazy scenario, the way that all unfolds. And then you just never know, because you may not get that kind of pricing again today.
Right. You hold on to it thinking that it's going to just continue to go up in value, and that's not always or hardly ever the case. I remember everybody giving Ricky a hard time because he was on Team Innova, but he put his up on an auction site right away. And they're like, "Why is Ricky selling this? Like, he's part of Team Innova. This is bad look." And he's like, "Dude, you're not gonna turn that." Somebody's like, "Hey, here's $700. You can be like, no, I don't need it."
Yeah, exactly. And that would be something I would never be able to in a million years really be able to quantify. I don't think. Well, I'd first have to do an inventory, but is if I sold every disc I had when it was at its prime price.
Ooh.
As opposed to just hoarding it and holding on to it. Because naturally some have gone up and retained value. I mean, it's just like, playing stocks, right? Yeah. Some have gone up and retained value or maintained or slightly appreciated. And some hit a peak and to never get anywhere near that again. And I've got stories of both. So it would be interesting, like someday if I ever inventoried every disc I own to think like, okay, what's it worth now? And what was it at its peak? Had I let it go. That would, I don't know if that would be an exciting or a depressing adventure, but yeah, it'd be crazy.
Is your stockpile in your will? Like, do you like, all right, I bequeath this to my family and this to Johnny? And
yeah, sadly enough, I'll totally admit I do not have one, which everybody should rightfully yell and scream at me for. I technically do not have one laid out and formalized, but that clearly needs to be.
Well, yes. Vampires don't die.
So I'm gonna tell you, here's a nightmare scenario then, okay, right? So the worst happens and your wife doesn't realize you have a storage unit. And it gets put up on Storage Wars.
And then you guys happen to be there?
No, even worse than that. Someone who doesn't know what they are just takes them and then dumps them.
Yeah, no, I would. I have thought about that, and the two thoughts we've had is one, Johnny may not know the exact unit number, but he knows they exist, so that wouldn't happen, thankfully. And we've kind of joked about if something ever did happen, he would take them, probably pick out his 50 favorites and then find a way to get rid of the other 10,000 of them, and then that would go to my my daughter's college funds. But I would think that in worst case scenario somebody did come across it and they saw the quantity of them, you would think that even the biggest idiot in the world would be like, wait a minute, there's 10,000 of these things. Let's Google this. Yeah. And they would probably recognize real quick there's a little bit of money there. But yes, it should be spelled out, and I fully agree with anyone screaming that for sure.
That's all right, Terry.
Yeah. Now, if I go down in the next couple of weeks, they'll know who to come after.
No. This is not admissible in court. No. We had nothing to do with it.
We need you. So
yeah, we love Terry.
Yeah. They're gonna be able to tell by where your pizza box is, like Andrew Tate, and then they'll come hunt you down and put you in jail or something. I don't know. What a funny story. I'm not going to get political or anything, but what a crazy story about this blowhard alpha male jackass that goes after this teenager. Yeah. And then because he goes after her and is trying to troll a teenager, he ends up getting busted. It's so epic and funny of where we are in life. And yeah, anyway,
you talked about pizza boxes. I thought they were going to frame me because of all of the Terry Miller disc in a boxes that I still have. Be like, he just wanted his inventory.
No. Those I've got. I am ordering. I'm getting another couple thousand next month. I'll help break the news here, guys. Here's a not so kind of almost exclusive, unfortunately, and it's bad news. I have to raise my disc in a box pricing for the first time in forever, literally since I came out with them. Yeah. So if you want to get a carton of 50 or 100, here's my commercial. I didn't pay for. If you want to get a carton of 50 or 100 my disc in a box shipping mailers, get them from me in the next 2 or 3 days, because January 1st I've got to raise the prices for the first time ever. I have to raise the prices. I mean, thanks Obama or Bush or somebody. I don't know.
Damn it, Terry! I'm down to probably my last. I'm down to under 20, and I was like, all right, I'm going to definitely get some more from Terry, but I'm going to have to expedite that apparently.
Yeah, just shoot me a message. But
Okay.
yes, I've undergone like 6 or 7 rate increases over the last 5 or 6 years. You know, some minor, some major, and I can no longer, like, I have to, and it's going to raise like $5 or $10. It's nothing crazy, but
Yeah. You're sick of absorbing it. I get it.
yeah, exactly. Anyway,
And they work perfectly. I've sent out discs, obviously.
Oh, we haven't done that yet.
I've sent out drive bags. I've sent out little like care packages that included koozies and minis and bottle openers and stickers and God knows what else we've put in those things. And they always get there in perfect shape. You don't have to write "do not bend" because good luck trying to bend it.
Good
on there.
Good.
So they're a great product. And if you haven't gotten them and you do any kind of shipping of disc golf related stuff, you need to hit up Terry because one, his prices are still the best of what I found around. Two, he's prompt. When I got with you, you're like, oh yeah, what do you need? I'm like, I need this many, no rush. 2 days later was at my door. I'm like, are you kidding me? And you were going somewhere. You were headed like to cover an event or something, and you still went to. You were like, oh, I got to go to storage and dig it out. And 2 days later, it was at my house. It was incredible.
Yeah, good. Well, I love the fact that, like you said, even if it's not a disc, whoever gets that will probably put a disc in it and then it gets recycled. I know it may be as bad business on my part to have such a recyclable item, but I love the fact that like some of these boxes will go to 3 or 4 or 6 different people before they finally are no longer usable. And I think that's awesome, rather than all these bubble mailers and plastic bags and all this other stuff that just gets,
slashed
thrown
in
away.
cost. Yeah.
In the landfill.
I mean,
Exactly.
we're trying to get our commission here. This guy wants to know if he can get his logo on boxes or.
The problem on my end is because people only want like 100, and I'm not a printing. Mine aren't printed, and I order like 6 or 10 or 20,000 at a time. So to get like someone's logo just completely blows away any economies of scale.
Yeah.
If you have a local printer, I would recommend going to them, or just buying a stamper or getting a nice sticker are the other options I would recommend. I'd just get a stamper, which I think I'm going to start offering as well, as people can just get a stamper for their company, and then they can always be stamping the box themselves.
Yeah.
We send ours out blank. Like it just says, we write our name on it and all that stuff, but it's probably cheaper to just order the boxes from Terry. And like he said, if you have a local printer that'll do it, it can't be that much. Just get them to do the artwork on the box once you have the actual vector for it or whatever ready to go. It's like most of this stuff can be done on like simple machines. So
yeah. Or I think you add some great branding if you just get a little ink stamper as well, and then you can stamp them on there yourself. Assuming you're not doing thousands. So like Disc God on the board is saying he's doing thousands. At that point, we can have a different conversation. But if you're buying 100 boxes at a time, you probably could, get yourself a $15 stamper, and that'll work just as well.
Yeah, we know Disc God very well. He's a local retailer here and works. He actually helps to sponsor Isaac Robinson.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Sweet. Love it.
So, good dude. And he's helped us out with some camera work as well. So
very cool.
He's not kidding. He sends out a lot of plastic.
So I'm going to flip this on you guys for a second, and I apologize if you answered this, but looking back on 2022, what would you say was your craziest moment? How about let's go there, like the craziest, whether you saw it on the course, there was a 73 car pile up and a 4-hour delay, like on or off the course. What was some of the craziest things that will stick out for 2022?
Terry can't help but interview people. Okay.
I can't. But I do want to know, because I'm in this space with you guys.
We kind of spoke about it just a second ago, I guess, before you jumped on the board. Like one of the standout moments for us is we drove into a hurricane to sleep in an RV during a hurricane so that we could film New World's event.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do.
Okay. Yep.
One. I remember, and this one just popped into my head when you talked about a traffic jam, leaving the Birdie Open in Delaware. We were staying with Gatekeeper at Derek's house in Philadelphia. And we left. I forgot where we were heading.
South somewhere. I don't remember where though.
Somewhere down
Home?
south. Maybe home.
Maybe home.
And we were just about to get out of like the Philadelphia area when we hit a traffic jam. And we sat there. And we sat there. And an hour and change later, we're still sitting there.
Like stop, not moving, just absolutely stop.
Cars off, everybody's out on the road walking around. And Conrad's like, I can't take it anymore. Like, I have to know what's going on. So he starts getting the drone ready to go up in the air to see what's going on. Because there were like so many ambulances going by. There was a chopper overhead at one point. So we're like, well, we can't take the drone up. There's a chopper in the area. Okay. The chopper had gotten far enough now down the way that we're like, all right, we think it's safe to get the drone out. So he goes into the trunk and he starts getting the drone ready to go up, sets up the phone on the controller. He's like, all right, here we go. And the brake lights start coming up in front of us and everybody starts slowly moving forward. So he has to scramble to put the drone away.
Okay.
Just as it was ready to go up. So we never got to actually find out what happened because by the time we got up there, whatever had happened had been cleared.
Mm-hmm.
But it was literally just sitting there for an hour, over an hour, just doing. Thankfully, we had snacks that we had packed from the tournament that we didn't get to finish eating. So we had some oranges and granola bars while we sat there. But yeah, some dude in front of us like looked like he brought out a board game or something and was playing that with his kids. That was ridiculous.
You guys are like your own chopper eye in the sky.
Yeah,
we're Hoarding. I love it. I love it. Nice.
And we also came across Sarah Holcomb doesn't believe me that they're not just squirrels. We were at Myrtle Beach.
Oh, this thing.
And these creatures were chasing each other up and down this tree. And they looked like squirrels, but they also had like raccoon masks like around their eyes, but they were like squirrelish bodies, so I'm like baby raccoons, and their tails were fluffier than that of an average squirrel and longer. So I'm like, we don't know. We've showed the pictures to people. We're like, were they baby foxes? Were they baby raccoon?
Or foxes?
Were there some kind of squirrel raccoon hybrid that we don't know about that the government's planning to unleash on us?
Maybe.
But Sarah Holcomb was just like, those are squirrels. Like, they're not squirrels, Sarah. Like, red pandas. Maybe there were red pandas, Discod. Or polecats. That's also coming in. Glenn Rice are there. Possibly polecats.
Possibly.
Yeah, it's well, I was just gonna say, thinking of the drone you were talking about a moment ago, I was just thinking about I'm planning to go to Thailand in some capacity in January and February, and that might have been one of the few places I felt safe putting my drone up is when I was on an island in Thailand. I'm out in the, essentially, obviously out in the ocean.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, maybe I won't hit a tree out here. And I still managed when I brought it back on land to like hover over, one of the few palm trees in the way. And I still got a tree, and then it fell, and I recovered it, and it had a little bit of a broken foot to it, but it still was flyable. But I'm excited because I keep thinking that's one of the few places I can take my drone and not, and actually maybe not run it into something. So now are you guys, one or both of you, do you have the 107 series 107 or are you flying
I'm like that close to having it. I just haven't went to go take the test. And there's an airport probably like 20 minutes away that does the test, but I just haven't gone to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Give everybody, myself included, like some drone flying tips, and have the drones gotten easier to fly? Because I have a very early one. Have they gotten any easier? And what would be your overall tips?
Yes, they have gotten easier, but it also depends on what drone you have. So like the first drone that I got was the Mini.
Okay.
Because it was cost effective. It captured in the film rate and everything that we needed. So it was fine. But the Mini, because of its design to weigh a certain amount, it doesn't have all the features that it needs to be stable.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So basically, it would fly drunk. You couldn't fly it in a straight line because it'd just be like,
kept losing.
So the Mini 2 was a little bit better, but we have the Maverick Air 2, which is the best as far as stability goes.
Okay.
And any tips for flying? I don't know if I have any tips for flying. I've crashed every drone that we have.
Okay. Well, then we have something in common.
Yeah. I mean, even Felix has crashed a drone. It just happens. It's part of the experience.
I crashed our first drone ever, which we bought secondhand off of Bobby.
Okay.
And then there was something wrong with the gimbal where it kept shaking just sporadically. So then, we got the Air. I've crashed the Air. Or
no,
the
Mini. You crashed the Mini.
I haven't crashed the Air. I've crashed the Mini.
I don't let you grab
I crashed the Mini at Solinsky. You probably don't know about it. But because I kept because I kept the footage.
It's all coming out.
I know you did at Tennessee. Was it Solinsky too?
Oh no, not Solinsky. Worlds at Peoria, at Northwoods.
Oh yeah, there you go. I can see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, crashed it there real quick.
And that's partly why I tell people I don't fly drones. I try not to crash drones. Like there's a difference. One is a little more offensive, and one's more on the defense. One's more on the offense. I give a lot of credit to people that do it well.
I will say, watching, and I'm biased. I think Comrade is one of the better pilots, drone wise, that I've ever seen, and we've gotten compliments from Gatekeeper.
Nice.
From Chris that does the drone flying from them as well. Or I should say Conrad's gotten the compliments about it because he's the main drone pilot. The only time I've flown the drone is if Conrad isn't there for whatever reason I need to capture holes, or if I'm just doing sporadic B-roll while he's getting the actual difficult drone shots of doing the whole previews.
I guess that was going to be the follow-up is do you worry about that division of labor for that exact reason? Because if you're not there, or someone if someone's not there, is the other person still capable of doing it?
Right.
I think I think that's tough.
It is tough. And that's part of the reason too. That's part of the reason why this year specifically one of the main plans and projects is to bring on a third and possibly a fourth person. And start integrating them into the different facets of it. So our division of labor has kind of merged more, so to say, where it's not so cut and dry now. Like if Conrad had to do the hard edit on a project, he could. I have no problem in him taking on that task. But the division of labor becomes a necessity when you're doing next day turnaround.
Yeah.
So while I'm doing the hard edit on the actual footage, Conrad is generating the templates for the scoring graphics and the overall graphics that go into the project file. So I hand him my part of it when I'm done. So let's say it takes me 2 or 2.5 hours to edit the 18 holes. When I hand it off to him, he's already generated the scoring graphics and all that, and he's overlaying those graphics. And while he's doing that, I'm putting the final touches on the intro and the outro for the video, and as well as building the thumbnails that are going to go with that particular video. So we've got the division going pretty well there. And then he's also doing audio mastering and all that stuff when we do the commentary.
Sure. Love it. Okay. I don't know if you guys saw, I sent you some footage that you may or may not have already had or had access to last night.
Yeah, I did see that. And I didn't, I was going to ask Felix, what was that about? Because I'm like, I
was like, is this the PDGA wanting us to upload the coverage that we have into that box? Like, I have no idea.
There's no way we could do that.
I'll send
terabytes we have. Go ahead.
I'll send a follow-up about it all, but I didn't know who had what. And there was and this is all behind the scenes for everyone else. But yeah, I was trying to wrap up some loose ends at 4 a.m, which is what I'm usually doing. And that included an email to you guys. And I didn't know if it was crystal clear or not. It sounds like it wasn't, which I totally understand. So I'll send a follow-up with regard to all
I didn't fully open it. I just saw Terry, I saw Dropbox, and I'm like, PDGA, I'm like, oh, they probably want us to upload the raw data that we have. I'm like, I wonder if they realize that it's like terabytes and terabytes of data.
Sure.
We'll take a look at it and figure it out.
I think you guys were talking about it earlier, but tis the season. How many rounds did you say you feel like you still have to release when it's all said and done right now? Are you sitting on
It's
10, 20?
no,
No, not that many.
it's not as bad as it was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We
Oh
were
gosh.
we were sitting on like 5 tournaments wise. We've got 3, 4, 7, 9. We've probably got about 10 rounds that need to still come out. There's 3 tournaments plus additional content that we haven't put out yet, that we filmed at Worlds and other projects that we're starting to piece together now. We just talked about that we're releasing something that we're working on for this coming year called the Ace Run Challenge.
Okay.
And the premise is just we want to, as we travel throughout the year, we're hoping to finally latch on with the Pro Tour full time this year. We want to go to iconic holes at some of the stops or most of the stops and put a bounty on an aceable hole that's challenging. And bring a couple pros on and give them 3 rounds at 5 shots per round.
Okay.
To try to get an ace on an iconic hole. And then if the ace is not hit, then that pot continues to grow throughout the year. So we filmed the first one recently, and that's coming out January 1st, and that's with Alden Harris, Isaac, and Ezra Robinson.
Okay. Sweet.
So they got the first crack at it. And then we hope to kind of help that grow. And then if it gets popular, to be able to bring on sponsors that want to be like, oh, we want to be attached to that project, and that would help the pot grow even more, which would, money entices people to watch. So more money on the line, more eyeballs, doesn't hurt. And it gives the pros a chance to come out and make some more money on the road.
I love it. This is a huge hypothetical, of course, or maybe a pie in the sky.
Yes, you can be a sponsor.
But thank you. I already said that. I think after we had Callie on during the a few weeks ago on Smashbox, I said I think that the Disc Golf Guy channel should buy the sponsorship for the entire weekend, so all coverage and all footage was brought to you by the Disc Golf Guy. I thought that would be a funny way to insert myself there. But no, seriously, what I was going to say is, if views and money were irrelevant, if they were, and let's just say both of them paid a legitimate living wage and then some, but views and money were not the concern, would you guys be more excited about filming round coverage or side games and extra activities? Like, would you be drawn to one or the other if the views and the money were equal?
This is a life coaching type question that you just asked. If time and money weren't an objective, I'm going to have to err on the side of non-tournament coverage, only because of the ability to be creative and create something that's not been done before, not been seen before, or just the ability to do everything else. Tournament coverage is out there.
Yep.
But these other little side games and other little things that take you into the personality of players and into the life of being on the road, or what it's like to, be a pro athlete and deal with pro athlete things. And I think that's all very interesting too. And that, we don't really have a clear and consistent outlet for that. So that would be something I would like to, if we had that option, right?
Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm asking. Felix, how do you feel? Same.
Lawyer. I'd like my lawyer present, please. That's such a tough one, because I'm listening to Conrad. I was like, he's right. And then I'm like, but also, like, it's such a fine line, because I'm all about the fun and the look and the insight into players' minds and their personalities that you get from doing some of the side projects, because they get to be themselves outside of competitive play. But why are you watching them in the first place? Is because you were drawn to them because of their competitive play. And I get to see, I'm fortunate enough doing what we do that we get to see both sides of it when we're on the road, because when we do these side projects, we get to see the fun aspect. But when we're watching them in a competitive nature, we get to see that different type of animal that comes out when you're honing in on a victory, or you're protecting a lead and you haven't been there before, and you see that vulnerability of a player limping to the finish, or just trying to get it done, and it's their first win or something like that. Like it really does tear both sides of me.
I need to add to my answer. And the reason why is because I'm catch cam.
Sure.
I don't get to hang out with the players. I don't get that other aspect that he gets being with the players while they're playing, right? Like, he knows that they went to their bag to get a disc and then switched disc because of the wind. All I know is that a disc was flying at me.
Sure.
So he understands a different part of the players and them playing from tournament coverage that I'm just as clueless as the spectators watching. So I just wanted to add that part too.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, there are obviously there's people and personalities that thrive in both of those positions, and I think that's a highly underrated acknowledgement that's out there, is that catch cam is in a totally different world. Like you said, you're often, in a polite way, you're often clueless. You're sitting there doing your damnedest to catch a disc, which is really difficult to do, depending on the line they took. But then as the hole starts to wrap up, especially if you're a two-man crew, you're peeling off, and regardless of everything you just saw unfold in front of you, it's like, oh well, I'm moving to the next hole. So you don't know scores necessarily.
Nope.
You don't know, you didn't see this crazy putt or this crazy drama or the foot fault that was called and not seconded. You don't get to see some of that because you're off getting the catch on the next hole and getting yourself in position. So I couldn't agree with you more that those I feel like require two different personalities, and they play out very differently when you're out there on the course. And most people would never even think of that. But it is very interesting. And then depending on what role you're trying to fill outside of, I'll say, just being the cameraman, if you are at the throw, you're probably gaining that much more insight, and you're able to be a little bit more just that insightful in other ways and things you pick up and catch. So
in terms of like the overall of it, like in terms of putting the product together and all that, like if views didn't matter and all that stuff was all the same, you would think that one would be less time consuming than the other if you're editing 18 holes and putting all that together versus you're editing a smaller project that's only going to be 10 or 15 minutes long. It's not necessarily, they don't necessarily equate, because I can tell you that I have put together rounds where my part is done in 2.5 hours and I give it to Conrad, and then I do my intro and outro and give it to him, and it's taken me 3 hours. Where we've done a mic'd up challenge that involved 3 rounds. I'm sorry, that involved 3 holes with 3 players. And it's taken me 8-9 hours to put that together, because I have to worry about balancing and leveling all the audio and taking the wind out and making sure I'm zooming in on this part. I'm adding a graphic here to punch up that. It's actually more time consuming sometimes to do those little smaller challenges than it is the assembly line that we have set up at this point for next day turnaround. But yeah, all said and done, I guess a super long-winded way of getting to the point that the original question that you asked, I still like the variety that we can do with the specialty challenges and all that stuff more.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. I feel like it comes down to your creativity, your patience, and what you're trying to get. And when I think about even my role as well is when I'm camera, I'm not that creative. I love watching the extra stuff that's put out, but I always have struggled to produce that content myself. And so for me, all things considered, the shot by shot coverage, like you said, it's almost idiot proof. It's kind of paint by numbers. You have clip 1, then you have clip 2, then you have clip 3. You're trimming them, but there's a certain,
There's an
obvious
order and a
nature
sequence.
to it. Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you're trying to do something really cool or creative, it takes a different skill set and a different mind that I have 100% owned, that I do not have that skill set or that mind for it. So yeah. Okay.
It's a whole different setup. Like the little Ace Run challenge that we did is, I think, 12 minutes long. We had 5 cameras going at that point. So I never at any point at an event. No, that's not true. Champions Cup, we had 5 cameras at one point at Champions Cup, which was absurd. We had it was Corey from Central Coast, Corey Murrow.
Yep.
At one point was talking to one of our reaction guys, because he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm doing reaction of the reaction." He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I was told that my job is to get reaction from the players and the crowd, while the other camera is getting reaction of the player that's throwing the shot."
Yeah.
And we also had a GoPro set up and everything, and the catch cam and regular cam. So he's like, "Huh, I would have never thought of doing that. I don't see the value of it, but
we had the manpower. We had to have them do something.
we were excited to have that many people available." So
that many people and cameras? Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I hear you. And like you said, depending on your crew on any given weekend, it's very easy to get too much footage and not enough time. And then at a certain point, you're like, man, that, all that extra work may or may not have actually been worth it.
Yeah.
And you have to balance all of that. I've been there and done that as well. Yeah.
You get the whole quantity versus quality argument. We're like, well, maybe we didn't really take advantage of what we had here. We kind of squandered stuff, but
yeah, certainly. Crazy.
But I would say the whole creativity thing, I wouldn't sell yourself short, because without like the disc golf guy vlogs, like having the foresight to bring that to fruition was incredibly creative, if you ask me, and it's gotten you obviously to this point from that starting point.
Thank you. Somebody just was yelling at me last night saying that they want me to bring back the vlogs, and it's funny because for the most part, my vlog, script was, once I got to an event, I didn't film anything actually traveling to it, but once I got to an event, I'd film a handful of people throwing a bunch of shots. I'd do an interview. I then learned what B-roll actually was. I would do an interview, continue to show shots, continue to show more stuff, and then do an interview on top of it at the end. And that was largely what my vlog looked like for like 100 episodes or more.
Yeah.
And then of course shot by shot became a thing, and and then we've ventured into 10 other tentacles after that. But I should, in a perfect world, I should be doing essentially what a Simon or a Hannah is doing, is documenting more of that behind the scenes, the travel, the experiences. I should do all that. For some reason, I know this is going to sound crazy, for some reason I feel weird still, like, to get a camera out in an airport and to just talk to it. It feels weird to me. And it shouldn't, for God's sakes, this is my living. But I just, and then again it goes to me not being an editor, and that's where I've reached out to people and been like, hey, I could see shooting some of this stuff. I think I could shoot decent stuff, but to put it together in an entertaining fashion and to have some of the cool stuff, that's definitely where my excitement level drops off and ends, is when I'm like, oh, I don't know how I'd edit this. So I just need an editor or 2 or 10.
You probably need multiple. Like, there's such an opportunity there, because you're at a point and in position in the disc golf universe that very few people are in, between having your own channel that you run, that you're doing tournaments at, being associated with the Pro Tour and what that looks like, and then having your own podcast, which is connected and not connected to everything as well. Like, there's so many different lines there that at one point or another all intersects. And the stories and connections that could be told from that, I think, are something that is extremely unique and no one in the sport is more qualified to tell those stories than the person that's doing all of them somehow in every possible way is you. Like
I think you just sold him. I think you just sold him an idea. He's not in an agreement. There's no way he can't do this.
Just go to Fiverr and see how much they would charge you to edit.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, I've grappled with this literally for years because I am very blessed and I am very fortunate, and I do have my hands in a lot of different cookie jars or whatever metaphor you want to use. I'm actively involved in a lot of capacities, and it would be cool to be able to document it. Some people may find interest in it. Obviously, some people won't, but it all stops. It literally just all ends at the editing. That is where, you know, how many times you either use my phone or the decent camera that I'm staring at right now. I've started like, hey, this is me going to the airport. I'm going out to Beaver State Fling, you know, or I'm going wherever, and I'll film a couple things. I'll get there. I'll film a few more things, and then at a certain point, it just dies. Where it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I don't know. It's
it takes passion, and you start out with it, and then it's not truly your passion, so it kind of tapers off. But I'm willing to bet that we can find someone that's passionate enough to put a camera in your face.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
All the time. We used to do like mini travel vlogs, like when we first got the channel going.
Yeah,
and it's passion and it's perseverance and persistence and
consistency.
And I was like, this is awesome. We're gonna do this, and I'm gonna set up the tripod, and I'm gonna pretend that I'm waking up, and the thing is gonna catch me struggling to turn off the alarm. And then I'm gonna get a shot of me warming up the car, and I'm like, you gotta set up 6 different angles to capture this thing if you're doing it by yourself. And then I'm driving down the road. I'm like, Conrad, get some of this B-roll of this truck driving on the right of us. And he's like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, all right, then forget it. So that's the end of that vlog.
I mean, there's a reason Casey Neistat is as damn good as he is, right? Because he hustles and works through all that and created one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most entertaining vlogs. And I don't watch hardly any YouTube, but if there's any YouTube I've ever watched, it was Casey Neistat, because he was the king of that daily vlog life. But he's he's got like more creativity in his fingertip and his fingernail than my entire body, and to try and live up to his standards, or a Peter McKinnon or any of the other
Peter McKinnon's so good.
They're so good. And I just, after watching enough videos by those guys, I was like, oh wait, yeah, I can't do any of that. Like my brain doesn't work that way to edit the way that they do. And truth be told, that's why I feel like I've kind of nestled into more of the, hey, it's 10 o'clock. The first day of USDGC is done. It's 10 p.m. I'll go on and talk about the day live for an hour or 2 or 3, but I'll talk about the day live because A, there's no editing, and B, it's easier just to pull from that as opposed to sitting down and doing an edit. And it's just easier for me, where I know that would terrify some other people to say, what, you're going to go live and, you know, a few thousand people might be watching. So it's your comfort zone. And I've really settled into that whole, like, well, I'll just go live. Like, F it, I'll just go live.
We'll do it live.
Yeah, then I don't have to edit anything, hopefully. Right. So I don't know. Disc God out there says, shoot the content, Terry. I'll edit it and we'll work something out. That is not a crazy idea by any means. So I appreciate
he does editing
note out there. So
he does do plenty of editing.
Wait, he does do editing. I'm trying to find a comment where it says it took him 6 hours to do something.
Well, let's put it this way. If it takes him 6 hours to edit something that I would never otherwise edit myself in any amount of time, we're still somehow coming out ahead, right? I mean,
true.
6 hours on 2 cameras. Come on, Disc Guy, you gotta speed it up. I'll show you a couple of shortcuts. It's all about shortcuts on your keyboard.
Yeah, you got it.
Those things are right up.
And
some people care about this, some people don't. But in the nitty gritty, the down and dirty, you guys are Adobe product users. Is that right? Is that still the case?
Yes. Yeah.
We are for another year.
Handcuffed.
Oh, for another year. Why is this?
At least another year.
I mean, we can't see
haven't found anything better.
Leave and learn another.
Okay.
Yeah, to drop everything now we would have to like stopped our season in like November and not picked it up until February, and all that time would have been learning.
Yeah.
in
Okay.
your products. Like
What
I'm still learning Adobe.
exactly? I was just gonna say, what would be the alternative if you thought you were to go to something else? What would be the alternative?
I guess DaVinci.
Yeah.
Well, that works for the editing part, but not for my graphics and everything that I need to do. At least
Sure.
not that I know of. Because I mean, I use After Effects, I use Photoshop.
Exactly.
I'm in all three of them just to
Yep.
get some content out.
Yep.
Illustrator, Photoshop, Premiere, sometimes
I haven't even touched
After
Lightroom.
Effects, Lightroom. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Nobody's got time for Lightroom.
Yeah.
That's for photos.
I toyed with it. Like I'll start watching a tutorial and it boils down to the passion thing. I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm gonna learn about Illustrator and Lightroom, and I'm like 15 minutes into a 4-hour master class of Lightroom. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm just going back to Photoshop and just mask and outline and Control J, and we're done.
Exactly. I see Glenn's out there, and Glenn, I don't know if this is a tease. I know Glenn's a big supporter.
Okay. Got to use Lightroom to get those thumbnails to pop. Oh, is that what you're using, Bedanza? Your thumbnails are fire. I do enjoy. Every time I see one of yours, I'm like, I don't even want to click on this, but I'm going to click on this, and it always ends up being a great video, so I never regret clicking on it. But I'm like, he's got me again.
Glenn, these were pulled just a couple nights ago, so I didn't even get them in a sleeve yet. I don't know if something like that is something that interests you. That's a
whoa.
Wow, look at that.
Some of these what I'm showing are some old I pulled another one. Some old 2016. I got to be so delicate with these, knowing they're worth now some absurd amount of money. Pulled a couple more of these to join. So I'm showing these.
Paul's back with Innova? Breaking you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the thumbnail, the sculpt guy. Some of these beautiful, and I don't know, Glenn, if you've got all of the cards, the venue cards from that first year, but I've got a bunch of them in duplicates that I'd be willing to let go. So these are just a few that I had the other night that I pulled, and I didn't get them in sleeves yet, but it's crazy to see. Oh, there's a Greg Barsby. It's just crazy to see where, this whole card market has gone in terms of disc golf, because honestly, I bought in an embarrassingly, disgustingly, unbelievable amount the first year. And then when it didn't feel like they hit, I really backed off in year 2. And then I bought, then I kind of ramped up after that again. But it's quite an interesting market, that's for sure. Same thing. Like I remember selling a pack of the entire set for like, I don't know, $100 or $150. And that same set may go for 600 or 800 or 1,000 right now. And it's like, it's all about kind of timing that market. So it's pretty crazy. Did you guys ever get into any of the Pro Tour cards any of the years?
No,
we hadn't. And we didn't really start with the whole disc golf game until 2019. So by that point, it had already been rolling along.
Yeah. Tyler here, who was helping us at New World, he is, when I say he's really into cards, he had a whole, I don't even know what it was longer than a shoebox, but it was just full of sleeved cards that he collects, trades, and does things with.
Who did we see? We saw somebody at Champions Cup. They had cards there, and they were having some of the pros stop in, and sign them.
Oh,
and they were like, "Oh, these are going to be released at something, something, something."
Wait,
he was with OTB, but I don't know what cards those were associated with. They were an OTB release, or if they were part of the Pro Tour, or what the deal was. But he was there from OTB, and he was having like all the OTB players stop and sign their cards.
Yeah, that was probably exactly it. Those were some of the official autograph or game used or whatever that were then likely inserted into the packs, and there's probably a really limited amount of the ones that were actually signed that were put in there. That would be my guess. And I know OTB, I have one of their sets somewhere.
We have a question here from Glenn saying, is it better signed or not signed? Do you know how it works with disc?
I mean, that's always like the big argument, right? Is it's funny that we care so much about a baseball being signed, but then you take that same person's rookie card being signed, and what it does or doesn't do to the value is and like you said about discs, they're all over the place. Generally, when discs are signed, they're worth less, which is so backwards.
Yeah.
Understandably, or not understandably, but it's just totally backwards. And cards, it's probably tough to say. I feel like, unfortunately, our cards are probably worth less as well, which just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, meaning that the card was actually in the presence of this player at some point, and that should make it more special than the card that's
exactly
in a random pack.
Yeah.
There's so many iterations of it too. Like you have the Pro Tour cards. We saw some of the stuff from OTB. I know Gatekeeper did a version of they were calling it the chase card cards or the chase cards. And it was like the players that they had on their chase card throughout the year. And I don't know if they're still continuing to do that or not this year, but it's hard to tell which one has value and which one doesn't.
Exactly. And now I feel like there's a lot of people that are trying to get into that space, and at a certain point it's going to get a little crowded, and then will that push the value down? Will some of those emerge, like one brand versus another? It's obviously it's tough to say. It's like any other collectible, you can have that same conversation, but I'm looking at a couple of game piece cards that were done by Rebel Disc Golf. Those are off camera in a distance. And then I'm looking at a sealed box of 2019 Pro Tour cards here in my office. And I just think of like, it's becoming, and then an OTB box of them behind me. And I just think like at a certain point, even I give up, and I'm like, I can't pay for all of these things and try and collect them all.
Yes.
As much as I may be a hoarder or some kind of a historian to it.
Yeah.
Because then that's what happened with the USDGC disc for me. I have, I don't know if one of the larger collections, but I have a very significant USDGC rock collection. And for many years, you could buy a max of like either 50 or 75 or whatever the number was. And many years I bought the max, like an absurd amount, and I never sold them. I'd buy 75 and I'd sell like 3 of them. Well, so I'm sitting on 72 of them right now. And then at a certain point, I felt like they diversified the program so much that it was impossible, even for someone like me, who was a huge supporter, to keep up with all of them. And then at that point, I just lost interest. And 5 years ago, I was like, I'm not buying anymore. I've spent way too many tens of thousands of dollars. I'm not buying any more of these. And it just became overwhelming.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said about, I don't want to say greedy, but there's something to be said, I think, about trying for too much and trying to expand things a little too broad or too big, because at a certain point you're going to lose your core audience. If that's who you're trying to maintain, at least. Yeah.
So did you not stop by the warehouse this year at USDGC? I don't remember if I saw your name in the
I did. Yeah, I did.
I thought I did. So I was looking at the names. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing Terry on the sign-in sheet.
I'm trying to think I don't think I have any of the discs specifically. Yeah, and again, I've been a retailer for Innova since early 2000s or late 90s when I was a teenager and running my first couple of tournaments way back then. And I go there largely, even just as a retailer. For a little while, I was sponsored by Innova, but I'm really there as a retailer. And it's sometimes just nice to walk around and hand pick the stuff that you're going to sell to someone, even as a retailer. Like one woman, for instance, reached out and said, she told me she likes rats, the disc. I don't know. She told me she likes rats. And I remembered that when I got there, I was like, oh, hey, I'm literally in front of an entire box of rats. And I sent her a picture, and she's like, I'll take 10 of them. So I got to get the exact weight and the exact color. And then I packed up and brought 10 of them back for her.
Nice.
So it's like, that's not like that's special maybe to her. And it's not like a super huge benefit, but it's still kind of cool to like hand pick what or what I might throw myself or put into storage.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay. I like kind of Blueberry Pro Race. Well,
Yeah.
I got 10 more of them this year. So
when we went, I guess I was unprepared for the experience of just being in front of all those discs and being able to hand pick. It's not like going into a store, right? And they have a bunch of there's literally a box of blue
167 rocks. Yeah.
And 99.9% that all of those rocks came from the exact same run.
Yeah.
So if you like that rock, then the rest of them are going to fly like that. Versus, buying one blue on a website and buying the one blue from a local retailer, you have no idea when they were made or if they're going to fly the same. But if they're in that box, they came from the same batch, and they're going to fly the same.
Yeah.
Probably. Yes, probably.
And then you grab stuff
that
you would never normally grab.
Yeah.
Like I was like, well, there's a box of DX Valkyries. I might as well go ahead and get 2 of these. And here's a mold I've never thrown before from Innova. I might as well go ahead and grab 2 of these because they're right here and they're in the weight that I throw. So why not?
Yeah. One of the wisest things somebody ever told me 30 some years ago when I was getting into disc golf, they said, if you find a disc, and this was before there were 30,000 iterations of a rock or of a Stratus or whatever. I mean, we had one plastic type really, but they did say, if you ever find a disc you like, buy a handful, buy a dozen of them. If you find a putter you really love, whether it was the firmness or whatever, if you can, buy 10 of them right away so you for sure have them for a while, because the next run may or may not be the exact same.
Right.
I know we can talk about consistency till we're blue in the face, but the reality is, like you were saying, if there's a box and you really love blue wraiths, man, and they're all sitting in that box, if you can, it might be great to get 10 of them right away and just be done with it. That might last you the next 10 or 20 years. So,
and worst case scenario, if you bought 10, they didn't fly like you expect them to because they're wraiths. I can't find a consistent wraith anyway. Now you have 10 wraiths to sell. I mean,
exactly.
It's not like you, well, unless you're like me, I don't sell disc. I have 500 and some odd discs, and I don't sell disc. I bought a disc to sell. It was the was it Razor Claw or something? What was it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yep.
I bought it with the intention of selling it. It's still sitting right there. I've never even considered.
Yeah, we're different in that way.
Yeah,
like I had 400 and something discs to start the year. I dwindled it down to 200 of just like stockpile that I knew I wasn't going to throw, and now it's back up to like 300. I was like, how did I took more in, and I forgot to sell them. So now I've been like, we have our Ace Run Pro stamp stuff that we take on the road with us, but now I've started taking an additional tote of discs that I should be selling, and I sell those on the side as well, which I've told Conrad I was like, dude, just bring a tote. People are going to look through it, and they're going to offer you cash or some type of currency, Bitcoin, whatever you want.
Yeah, that old beat up trespass that you're never going to throw again, and if it has no sentimental value to you, might as well get rid of it.
They're like, you want that? $3. Great. Do I change for $5? No, now it's $5. Oldest trick in the book, and it works every time.
So like that's the part of the shelf, and then there's stuff below it, and then in the crates, and then I have some over there by the 3D printer, and I just
Terry's like, oh, that's adorable. I remember my first beer.
So here, this is a little bit silly. I've talked about this. Someday I'll do it. Again, this is the creative side, and this one's actually an easy lift, so it's sad that I haven't. I'm gonna have. It's not gonna be quite Mail Call Monday, but it might be like maybe a what the F's in the box Wednesday or something. I don't know.
Mail Call Monday sounds sexier, but go ahead.
I have boxes and boxes and boxes of discs next to me that I sometimes know exactly what they are, and sometimes I have no idea what's in them because I ordered them. Maybe it was a special run because somebody, Paige Pierce, hit her new highest rating ever, so I bought that commemorative disc, or it could be from the a tour series disc or something, and I never get around to opening because I know I'm not throwing them. and all they're going to do is get thrown in a bin anyway. So I'm going to eventually just have a series where I just open up and find out what in the world is in this box. And some of these boxes are 2 and 3 years old. I'm looking at a few right now.
What the Friday is what it should be called. That's what it.
Like here, I'm assuming this is an Ontario rock, but here's a box I got from somebody back in May. This and I love it. I love it when I get a box that looks like it's my disc in a box, and it looks like somebody who literally is using a box that I made. So that's
that box has seen the world twice.
So I'm pretty sure this was an Ontario rock, but I don't know for sure because I collect those from the 90s. But this one is like a Discraft box from like 3 years ago, and it has probably 5 or 6 discs in it.
Prototype Lunas?
No idea. No, it could have been a special run.
I mean, this is the prototype show to open it up right now. Let's go through it. I mean, you need a box cutter? I mean,
I have one right next to me.
Actually, I do. Can you print one for me? Anyway, so I've got a bunch of these, and I was just telling somebody because there's a lot of obviously the Discmania mystery box hype going on right now. I have the original mystery box sitting right next to me, and I've never opened it.
Wow. Are the Jolly Ranchers still good in there, do you think?
Oh, they will be. They will be. So
like good wine.
I feel like that could be a really cool, segment that's easy to shoot. Release one of those a week, and I've got like 2 years worth of content by just doing that. Anyways, so I keep talking about it, and the boxes keep mounting, and I keep thinking, well, there's more content just sitting here then. At one time,
but you have to do it, Terry.
All right, so when Terry goes to Thailand, we're going to go to his house
and open all his boxes.
We're going to film.
This is one where I have a pretty good idea of actually what's in it because it's so recent. Trash Panda sent me I believe one of his discs, right?
The Anno Core.
I haven't opened it. I purposely haven't watched any other reviews of it because I want it to be kind of genuine when I do open it. But yeah, it's still sealed.
It feels good in the hand. It holds any line.
Good grip. Good grip. Yeah. Great in all weather conditions. Yeah. No, but so this is a good one where it's like I kind of know what's in here, but if I let this sit around for another 2 or 3 years, it'll be that much more surprising, when I do open it. So we'll see.
Or because it's made out of recycled plastic, it'll disintegrate.
That's true. That's true.
Open up a box, it's just full of pellets. Just
it's gone back. It's Benjamin Button himself.
So that's what, and I like it. Glenn just named the actual segment to call it the real mystery boxes. The emphasis on being on the real. So
people are screaming for you to open the Discraft box.
I got some jerky. Anybody need some jerky?
Ooh.
What's your favorite flavor?
We need that not to be a mystery. We need to know exactly.
I'm between the hot boom sauce and the garlic lovers. Most days it's probably the hot boom sauce.
Right answer.
So I'm guessing that's your favorite as well.
Yes, hot boom sauce is where it's at, and then maybe no surprise, then garlic lovers is my second favorite. This is not a paid ad. However, we do love us some Double G jerky.
Absolutely. We love Double G overall. He's another one of those just incredibly nice humans that doesn't need to be that nice, but just is.
Yeah, I totally agree. For sure.
Someone's saying that you have Big Germ stolen discs in one of those boxes.
That I have Big Germ's what?
It's stolen discs.
Stolen discs in the bag. I got heisted a couple years back.
No, I stole Macbeth's bag. Duh, that was worth more.
Oh, that one tournament that he had to play with new discs.
Yeah, that was the memorial.
And
and his bag got swiped. He was just trying to drum up drama so his performance would look more impressive.
He had backup ready to go that he'd been practicing with for weeks ahead of time.
His stranger bag like we have, it's not really.
Is there one tournament, Terry? You've been like at the forefront of so many historic events. Is there one in your mind that's like, man, I remember that, and that was such a great moment, and yada yada yada?
I mean, a lot of the Maple Hill events. I wasn't there for the first couple, but I think I was first brought there around 2010, and I've essentially been part of every one since.
Mhm.
You know, it's been the Vibram Open, it's been the Vibram Open at Maple Hill, it's been the Maple Hill Open, it's been the MVP Open. You know, it's been all those different names, but
Yeah.
it's essentially been the same event. So when Macbeth shot, you know, the best round of all time, I was walking around I was on the course for it, doing some commentary, I think, or helping out, I should say, with the live feed. I've been to every memorial since 2005, with the exception of the one my stupid daughter was born.
Which one, Kenzie or the other one?
Kenzie.
Okay.
So yeah, but I've been to every memorial since 2005, and I only went to the 2005 memorial initially because I was putting in the bid to host the 2007 AM Worlds. And so I was there. That's when the PDGA had their spring summit. And so I had to go there. I presented, and then I ended up playing in the event. But I really went there with the sole reason of being of trying to win the bid to host AM Worlds in Milwaukee. So I've been to that one obviously quite a few times, you know, dating back. And even then it was a big deal well before I was involved by any means, but I'm glad I've now kind of cemented myself as being at that event. I mean, you just can't complain about the weather, you know, and the time of year. It's, you know, yeah. So, you know, I've been to quite a few of the USDGCs. I've been to every World Championships since every Pro World since 2000. And I was at the 96, 97, 98, 99 AM Worlds. And then every pro. So there at one point there was a 20-year stretch when I had played in a Worlds for 20 consecutive years as a player. And then I think I've attended 38 or 39 World Championships now.
Jeez.
Wow.
And 20 I was exclusively playing, and then yeah. So I've seen, you know, just about any world champ you can think of, except for a few of the originals. I probably saw crowned or played during that time.
Wow.
So
did you get out to any of the like the Australian Open or Japan Open, any of those other?
Yeah, I played in the 08 Japan Open, where I think I have the picture right there. Yeah, I played in the 08 Japan Open. I won 50,000 yen. So like a pizza. No, no, 50,000 yen, I want to say was at the time was like $400 or $500.
Okay.
So, and then I went back in 2010 only because I won a drawing for free airfare. And because I wasn't going to go, and then Innova called up. They're like, "Hey, you know all those rocks you bought? Well, you won the grand prize." And so they paid for my $1,500 airfare. So I went back in 2010, which is the year I started being the disc golf guy from a media perspective. And you should go watch that interview with Dave Feldberg. It's a classic.
Was that the Nico one or the one that
Yes.
Feldberg won? That was the Nico one?
Yeah, and yes, it's all referenced there.
Did he have because we did a walking round with him earlier or last year, and he said that he had split his hand open or something because the light class discs, something about the grip and all that stuff.
Let's put it this way. That video blog, which I want to say was 32 or 38 or 30 something, that video blog was parodied because it was that comical.
Really?
or entertaining. That's a better word. It was that entertaining that it was somebody parodied the interview I did with Feldberg, and they made their own version of it because it was that.
I'll have to check that out.
So yeah, I was there in 2010. I guess that was a long-winded way to say I cashed in 2010 as well, playing over in Japan. And then I've been to Australia to cover it in 2018. 2013, I was brought to Norway to cover an event, and I've been there one other time now. And then I've been to Sweden and Finland and Croatia, all to cover events as well. So
Wow.
yeah.
And none of this has been captured B-roll wise and behind the scenes stuff, Terry.
Not at all. Not at all. There's a few probably silly videos on Nate Doss's phone maybe, or Valerie Jenkins' phone of some shenanigans, but that's about it.
On their flip phones? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely high quality. So yeah, it's
lived the
been
life.
a journey.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you'll be heading out for Maricopa and all that stuff again this year like you usually do?
Yeah, so in a couple weeks we have Shelley Sharp out in Arizona. The Shelley Sharp Memorial will take place, and then a couple weeks after that is Maricopa, also in Arizona, which is receiving a little bit of a downgrade in that they're only able to use one course instead of 2 this year.
Okay.
But then as that's starting up, I'll also be traveling to Thailand and looking to capture back-to-back events in Thailand for a couple of weeks. And then by the time I come back from that, we'll be almost right at the Disc Golf Pro Tour All-Star Weekend.
Okay.
And go from there. So All-Star Weekend, and then Vegas, and then the Memorial. I'll be covering the Memorial, and and then we kind of kick into the full Pro Tour season and then some.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any thoughts or any possibility of you wanting to jump on any of these Masters events? Has any of that kind of floated past your brain there?
It has. It's going to be really tough because I have so few weekends that I'm not, committed to what we're doing, on the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of weekends where I'm not on the Pro Tour, but other events, other large scale A tiers that aren't necessarily on the Masters Tour have already reached out and locked me in. Throw It on the Mountain comes to mind as one of those. So it's just really tough. I've said this to Callie and I've said it to others. Like, I love the idea of the Masters Tour and the coverage, but I just don't know where it's going to fit into my life in terms of being able to personally be present and be part of it. So
now that you know about it for this year, you have time to plan for next year to make sure that you can make all of the events, right?
Yeah, that I will definitely want to get off of the Pro Tour to head over to the, we'll see. I mean, I do want to be involved. I mean, these are my peeps. I mean, if I'm going to be cheesy, like watching these players and or filming people I played against and competed with and grew up with, like, I've got nothing but love for all of those Masters players. I mean, I think a lot of people think I don't like them. Steve Rico cries about it all the time, right, Steve? It's not that I don't love them. It's just a matter of like, the main media focus is on the most elite play. Right. That's nothing new, and that's nothing degrading to the legends of our game, so to speak. It's just that's the reality. And last time I checked, every effing sport is that way. Like, I love coverage and spreading it out and covering other divisions, but at the end of the day, the biggest contracts and the most eyeballs are on the most elite level players at the peak of their game.
Yeah.
So we'll see. If I can be part of anything, in a practical fashion, and maybe there's other roles I could do. And just even saying that comes to mind, thinking about what do recaps look like? Is there going to be a weekly check-in? Should that be a podcast that I host with someone? I mean, there's a lot with Callie. Yeah. I mean,
we've been bouncing ideas off back and forth with each other. Like, because maybe it doesn't have to be shot by shot of 18 holes for the lead card. Like, what if it's good shots from good divisions from different, and it's also what the players party look like and what the side games look like and what the atmosphere and the festivity and everything looks like stop by stop.
Yep.
Like, maybe it doesn't have to just be the traditional stock shot after stock shot.
Totally agree.
So it'll be a learning experience. Like, she's got a lot of great ideas, and we kind of have some different feedback too of like what we can do and what might make sense. So we're trying to help her as much as we can. We love Callie. Like, she's worked with us on a couple of different projects, and she's just such a hustler. Like, it's hard not to get behind someone like that just won't take no for an answer. So we're like just trying to see what we can do to add value to that and make this a reality for her and for all those players.
I'm sorry, like if let's just say there's, I don't know, 38 events. I forget the exact number. I know she's finalizing a schedule.
Mm-hmm.
How many? Like if I, you know, I don't want to say if I put a gun to your head, but like how many right now are you guys like almost for sure hitting? Do you have a number?
Yeah, I think there's 17 total events
minus the finale.
Minus the finale, so maybe 18 total.
Okay.
So without physically killing ourselves trying to get to the other ones, we can probably do 7 or 8 of them and the championship. So about half.
Okay.
And a lot of them would be at locations that haven't been filmed before or have been filmed before but have changed, and like it'll be great to see what these locations look like now.
Okay.
And courses, a lot of the stuff she's doing is on private courses that have incredibly high ratings on Udis and on all the platforms, but haven't been highlighted on video yet.
Okay.
So the ones that are specific like that, we're really trying to get to, because it's a cool opportunity to get to those. Like there's one in Tupelo, Mississippi that unfortunately we can't get to because it's the same weekend as DDO or Champions Cup, one of the two.
Yep.
So some of them just directly conflict with what our primary schedule is looking like it's going to be. But there's some weekends like we're like, all right, we can go from Jonesboro to Tulsa. We can make that happen to cover that event. And then she's got another one. Like some of them we're going to be crisscrossing a couple of times just to be able to help her get some of this rolling and off the ground this year. So, but again, she's one of our favorite people, so we're willing to do that to help her out as much as we can.
Love it. Nice. Yeah, it's a massive undertaking. It was great to hear what she's got in the works, and I'm excited to see how things pan out. And obviously, the first year is going to be the most significant hurdle, and then hopefully the momentum and the ball will get rolling from there.
Yeah,
we've been guinea pigs before. We're not afraid to be guinea pigs again.
Sure, I love it. Nice.
Oh, awesome. Well, Terry, we've gone way over our time here. What was supposed to be an hour and a half podcast has turned into 3 hours now. I know how Smashbox happens every week.
It's all too easy. All too easy.
So what real quick, if you talked about your upcoming events here, what's the rest of 2023 look like? We heard about Throwdown Mountain. Sarah Holcomb specifically asked us when we were leaving South Florida if we were going to be covering Throwdown Mountain. And I said, I'm pretty sure Terry Miller has a lifetime contract to Throwdown the Mountain.
Yeah, I've known Mike Barnett. You know, our history runs almost 20 years deep, you know, as well. So it's been great to have these relationships and to know these tournament directors before even the media was a concern of mine. And same can be said of, you know, at the Memorial. Like I was friends with a lot of those people and those tournament directors well before I was involved in media. And that obviously has helped solidify some of these relationships. But 2023 is a ton of Disc Golf Pro Tour. You know, I'm going to do a lot of what I've done in the past, which is, you know, 10 or 12 weekends. I will be in the booth in Bend, working with Nate and Val and occasionally Nate Sexton. And then when he's available to come join us in the booth. And then on the opposite end of that, I will be about 10 or 12 weekends be on the course. And, you know, Ian and Philo will likely be in the booth, and I'll be out on the course answering questions and conducting the interviews. So right there's 20 to 22 of the weekends, and then a handful of post-production for my own channel. And, you know, and then a few of those weeks are a little longer when you got the Worlds and the USDGC and whatnot. So I don't want to say just more of the same, but yeah, more of the same. Okay. And, you know, looking forward to all of it. So it should be pretty awesome.
And when can we expect your official sponsorship announcement?
I don't know. I think I'm going to hold out. I'm going to hold out for a long time. No.
Going back to Discraft. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, anything's possible. Yeah, with as little as I play, I know no one cares about my competitiveness, but certainly it is great to work with a number of different manufacturers, you know,
Yeah.
when it comes to being involved from a video perspective, and very blessed that hopefully I haven't burned any bridges, that on any given week or weekend when events want to reach out or we get that additional support from a manufacturer, it sure feels good. So hopefully more of that continues.
I'm starting to rumor that Discraft wants to sign you just so they can see what's in the boxes.
I mean, it would be a good battle between them and Innova, because Innova, I have a lot of Innova stack boxes as well. Yeah, and you know, Dynamic and the Trilogy family has sent me some good stuff throughout the year. So, but then I've got these Discmania boxes.
You're missing the golden opportunity here to have all of these sponsored. Like all right, this is going to be the Discmania week. This unboxing is brought to you by Discmania, and you open up your Discmania boxes.
Yeah,
the only problem is when he doesn't know what's in the box.
Well, you would assume it would match up to whatever the outside logo is.
Yeah, that much I can tell. I see Discmania. I see a couple DD boxes. Yeah, I'd have some idea. Yeah, I got plenty of goodies though to share with the world, and looking forward to it.
Well, we hope you actually make this one happen, and we'll be waiting.
Don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath.
We'll keep poking.
I've been saying it for years. Yeah, I've been saying it for years. Don't hold your breath yet. But seriously, guys, congrats on all of your successes. And I know you guys are out there hustling and grinding week in and week out. And it's been a crazy journey for all of us. And to see you guys jump into the mix and then be absolutely a viable entity that's hustling around to record this coverage and put it out for the masses, I know the whole world appreciates it. And best of luck with anything. And as always, if there's anything I can do to be of any assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. I do more than just sell you, boxes to ship. Yeah.
Oh, we know. We never miss a chance to interact when we see you in person on the road. So
all right, guys. Well, have an awesome New Year's. I hope it's safe and sound for everybody, and looking forward to seeing you guys early 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. And safe travels to Thailand and all that good stuff in Arizona. We'll be looking forward to the coverage as always.
All right, thank you for taking the time to get all gussied up and go into the cold room to hop on the podcast for us.
Not a problem. I mean, I never miss an opportunity to be on camera. Come on. All right. No, seriously. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, Jerry. You too, buddy.
All right. See ya. Bye.
See ya. Well, that was an unexpected surprise. A good way to finish out the year with an.
Hey, man, we've never had 3 guests before. This is.
I know. We don't want to set too high of an expectation, and I do have to say our chat board has maintained
I know
from 30 to 50 the entire night. So you guys are all insane for still being here. It's almost midnight.
Oh, this one dude, he said he logged off with baked bread. Came back. He's like, they're still here.
That's my boy Ken. Ken works at Bria Disc Golf in New Jersey. I was talking to him earlier today. I was like, dude, I'm from New Jersey, but he's closer down the shore from where I grew up. But he plays our stuff on the TVs at Bria Disc Golf Shop.
Oh, okay.
So people come in and they see Ace Front on the channel. I was like, dude, that's awesome. So thank you, Ken, if you're still on there, which you should be sleeping by now. Go to sleep, Ken.
He's still. Oh wait, was he saying? I don't know if he was saying bye or maybe he's still there. Who knows?
I got to get up and start selling this at 8:00. There you go. So yeah, he peaced out, but hopefully he'll catch the rest of this and hear the shout out.
He watched 4 hours and he's gonna come back to catch.
He's like, where'd I leave off? He wrote down the marker of minute marker of what time he went out. When you're home with COVID. Oh, that's what you were saying, Glenn. I wasn't sure if you were saying there was a COVID shutdown in your area or that you had COVID. Oh, buddy. Feel better, man.
Yeah.
I had it earlier this year, like in January. Thankfully, it didn't knock me out, but it was annoying. Couldn't taste anything, couldn't smell anything.
I'm one of the few lucky people that have
dodge. Yeah, dodge. Yeah, dodge it. And I just got an annoying chest cold. I did get tested and it came back negative because my in-laws were coming down from New Jersey, so I didn't want them driving here to just be like, all right, you can't see us. But yeah, it's almost, the coughing has gotten substantially less today, so it's almost completely gone, and I can go out and play disc golf and record stuff, and we're all backed up. I should have asked Terry how many rounds he still has to put out, because I'm sure he's got a log jam too.
Yeah, stuff from 19 85 you got to put out.
The world championships.
The editor, man, he just can't do it.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you. There's sometimes we're like in the third day of a tournament. I'm like, I got to edit this round too.
Like I'm even thinking about my channel. I don't remember the last time I put something on my channel because I just don't want to edit. I don't want the complications of having to film myself, then edit it, and then like make it entertaining and all that. I just rather go out and play now. It's like I don't have. Before it was serving me more than it was serving my subscribers, but now it would be.
And then we get people like when we're like you and I will go out whenever we're at an event. We go out and we play the course so that we have an understanding of what the layout is, so that it's easier for droning and capturing B-roll. Like I'll be keeping a running tally in my head, like, all right, hole 7, I got to get that fountain shot. And people will see us and like, are you recording? Are you recording this round? Are you doing a challenge round? We're like, no, sometimes we just need mentally a break from having cameras, either pointing cameras at other people or pointing cameras at ourselves.
I said this. I didn't say this. When we were doing the Ace challenge, right? Somebody came by. No, I was throwing a hole 1. He was like, "Oh, was that a fairway?" I was like, "No, that's my putter. I throw my putter at hole 1." He's like, "Oh, I knew you threw far, but I didn't know you threw that far." I'm like, he said it hit, but I didn't question. How do you know I throw far, or how do you know who I am to think that you know that I throw far or whatever? It's just one of those things that happen and just.
Was he up to something? Was he a spy? Was he a private investigator?
I don't know, but he knows me. I didn't get served, so that was
okay.
It was that. So
like, hey, you're Conrad Nora from that channel, right? Served and witnessed.
We still gotta do a giveaway.
Yes, I was just gonna say before Terry so rudely interrupted us, we were about to do.
You were having a dialogue with him in the text box. I'm like, this would be so much easier if he was just here. So I sent him the link, and he's like, "You want me to sign on?" And I'm like, "Yeah, if you want." He's like, I will if you want. Yeah, come on.
Never gonna turn down the Terror Bear. That man is walking disc golf history. But yeah, we do have some giveaways. So if you're still here and you're one of our Patreon supporters or Ace Runners, we've got some giveaways. We've got our monthly and our quarterly giveaway. If you're a patron, well, if you're a new patron, you may not know. Our $5 and above patrons qualify for our monthly giveaways. So it is a month. December is a month. So we still do a monthly giveaway for December. And then if you are a $10 and above patron, you qualify for our quarterly giveaway. Since this is the last day of the quarter, we are also, or the last month of the quarter, we're also doing our quarterly giveaway. It is possible for one person to win both. We have had that happen twice. There it is. So all the more incentive. I'm really like, I'm running on fumes here. 4 hours of just constantly babbling. My words are starting to mix together. Incentive to sign up. I did mention to Aaron that we were going to do a dry bag as part of the quarterly giveaway. So I'm going to get that ready on my side.
Oh, you don't do that.
Don't do that, son. And since we talked about Dave Felberg, I'm going to include a little Felberg in this one too. So Felberg did tell that same story to the disc golf guy.
What?
About his hand having to deal with like his hand opening up from throwing the discs. He said he had dry hands. And the light class disc, for whatever reason, when they were releasing, were just like ripping his hands apart at the Japan Open, and that he couldn't grip the discs anymore during that tournament. So we have confirmation. I always thought it was such a wild story. I was like, there's no way.
He just made that up on the spot.
Yeah, but no, it's the same story that he told Terry. Bam. Got him. We'll drive back my giveaway.
I am sorting the Patreons.
Let's do the monthly one first, so the $5 and above.
You say that like it's just.
All you gotta do is click on $5 in the book. Good night, Bonanza. Thanks for joining, man. Love the channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Dustin Moray. I probably butchered that.
What?
I'm that one caster dude. I know you, Dustin. I know you. You did some work with our buddies at Gatekeeper for a while there. You were doing the commentary for them. I nailed it. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your stuff, Dustin.
You said $5 and above?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I share the screen when I do this, don't I?
And you were on the Twitter's thing yesterday with Brody and Hunter. I was on there too. I wasn't speaking like you were, but I was listening. We had some cool conspiracy theory stuff that was going on yesterday on Twitter Spaces. And I love some conspiracy stuff, so I hop on anytime I see any of that stuff.
Come on, random.org. Stop being so random. There you go.
Random.org. Goodness gravy. That's what I was doing. I was organizing storage drives before we got started. And I've got piles of storage drives that need to be properly labeled.
Oh, you mean like how mine are stacked and labeled on the bottom and on the top, so I know what's on it? Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, you're way ahead of me. I've got one labeled. And they're not, when I say stack, I mean I've got 3 over here, 1 over there, 3 over there, 2 over there. So they're all in different places.
I have the red one is the travel guy that comes. Those are like archives. Those over there are. I got 2 over there fresh for you.
Hey, more storage. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'll take a look at this stuff.
All right. So, what screen am I on?
Not sure what I'll be doing. I don't do disc golf.
That's not the screen.
Oh, that's awesome, Dustin. We haven't finalized what we're doing yet in terms of our commentary team, but we'll if there's a possibility that we can possibly work you into a rotation, that might be something that we look into. But good to know. I didn't know if you were continuing the partnership with Gatekeeper or not, but that's awesome. Bam.
All right. 15 and above. I mean, dang. I haven't even had dinner. Like, I waited to eat dinner. I'm like, let me go ahead and do this. I took the dogs out. My daughter left her dog here while she went out of town with my wife. So I took the dogs out. I'm like, I'll wait to eat dinner. And then
4 hours later.
Yeah.
4 hours later. So this is for the monthly, correct? For the $5 and above?
Yes.
$5 foot long. Remember when foot longs were $5?
Man, I remember that.
Oh,
like it was 10 years ago. I remember it.
I'd go for a foot long right now. All right. Let's stop getting off track here. Here we go.
I am hungry. How late Subway? No, okay.
So this is for our monthly giveaway. We haven't even shown the people what they could win yet.
Dang. Who's supposed to? Who has that?
You got the monthly one. I got the quarterly.
What's
you got there?
I shouldn't give them a choice. I should just give them one, right?
Yeah.
It gets.
Yeah, it's much cleaner when we just like, here's what it is.
Yeah.
Then we don't have to email people, say you get this or that, and if you don't get this, then the other person gets that.
Well, I did pull 2 discs.
Nobody likes choices. Nobody. Not even Sophie. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give the one that I would rather have myself away. Because I would figure that people would want to have the one that I would rather have.
There you go.
So what it is
what it is it's a glow. Looks like it's glowing, whatever it is.
It's not a glow, but it is.
Is that a dynasty?
That is a Eric Oakley dynasty.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Is that one of the ones you got during Worlds from him?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good?
You that good?
All right, EO. We're hoping to do a lot more content with Eric Oakley in 2023. That's one of the projects we're excited to hopefully be getting finalized.
So Oakley handed this one to me himself.
Bam.
And I love a good dynasty. But luckily I have others. So
There you go.
the winner will get this and some other random stuff. If they want something 3D printed, no.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
No, don't, because there's so much stuff. I have stuff. Never mind. I gotta finish printing.
Yeah. Hey, don't get sidetracked. Let's
At
finish this
some
up.
point, I plan on having 3 of the printers up running at the same time. Right now I only have 2, but I need to take that one down. Anyway, my fault. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a little
sidetrack.
a holder for my headset so I can put it right here, so I can have my headset always.
Great. So the winner is
The winner. Oh, we have 15. I can't find my there it is. We have 15 $5 and above Patreons.
$5 foot long. Such a good promotion.
Oh, crap.
Catchy tune.
Something's wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, something's wrong. I can't tell what at the moment, but something is wrong. So
You want me to do it on my side?
Fix this, huh?
You want me to do it on my side?
No. I just something got out of order. The names are there, but something else is off. And I if I'm questioning that means I'm questioning
everything.
Yeah. All right, so let me do it again. Hey man, feel the dead air. Feel it.
Here I am feeling it. You know how much talking I've done tonight? We're 4 hours into this show. We want to thank Deann Carey once again for coming on. We want to thank Stacy Rawnsley once again for coming on. We want to thank the disc golf guy, Terry Miller himself, for coming on. To recap, Stacy Rawnsley. I was going to create a graphic that says Stacy Rawnsley is going to Castoplast.
That dude's is stale now. Everyone
I know,
knows.
and I'm like, oh, there's probably, I haven't even looked at Instagram, but I'm sure somebody's already put something up about it.
Yeah. You would think.
I'm still probably going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to. I mean, because we
it
did
was
break
broken on our show.
Yeah.
Officially. So Stacy going to Castoplast. If you guys weren't around for that, and if you're still sticking around here at this point and you weren't there for that, God bless you. You're one of the 31. Deann Carey, as we all know, as she announced, and as Lone Star announced, that she will be joining Team Lone Star, herself and AJ Carey, for the 2023 season. She's also separating ways with Upper Park Disc Golf. She will no longer be carrying their bags for the 2023 season. She is signing an agreement with Discology for their bags. I'm getting stuff on Instagram now. I was like, did somebody just put something up? Okay. They also will both be continuing their relationship with Drive Bags. We found out that Drive Bags has signed 3/4 of the world's population to their team as well, as they have added multiple FPO and MPO players, including our very own Ezra Robinson, which we're very excited about. Emerson Keith will also be joining the team, and Paige Shue. So super excited to see that team continue to grow. They did a skins match towards the end towards the end of the summer this year that unfortunately we couldn't get to. We were just like traveling and bouncing around places. But they did a skins match for just their team members, for their elite team members this past year. Hopefully they do something like that again next year and we can be a part of it. I think that'd be a fun one to film, especially as their team keeps growing and they're just bringing on more and more elite level talent like that. It just makes it so much more fun. Did you
Yes.
get the glitch fixed?
Yes,
I filled enough time. I did it.
you did it. Thanks for the recap.
Whew.
So, without further ado, we had 3 guests. We're gonna go with the third number.
Boom.
So the first number is
7, 3,
3. Second number is
6.
6. Ooh, it better not be 9. Ooh, it better not be 9. 12.
It skipped one. Skipped the generation.
So 12 is the winner. 12 just happens to be
Congratulations, number 12.
Ryan Trotter.
Ryan wins again. God, I feel like we called Ryan's name like
The only person's name I think we've called more than Ryan would be the dude.
Sean.
Yeah,
Medina.
Medina.
Was on a winning streak for a while there. Giggle Shack.
To the point, I think he was on such a winning streak, we had to take his name off the list.
Yeah. He won like 2 monthlies and a quarterly, like back to back to back.
Mhm.
And we're like, all right, this is starting to look rigged. So we took him out of eligibility for the most. You can't win 4 times in a row. But yeah, Trotter's won a couple. But oh, sweet. He's going to like that. Who doesn't love a dynasty?
I regret it already, but
You should have given it to me, knowing that I threw mine in the hole 17 at USDGC.
What?
Yeah, that was my third shot, my third tee shot.
Was it the Oakley?
It was the Oakley Glow one. Yeah.
Oh, does this glow?
I'm pretty sure that's the Champion Glow one. And I guess I got to fill air once again. Here we go. This is me filling more air time. I can't tell if it's glowing. You got 19 different lights on. Oh,
That's glow.
yeah.
That's glow, baby.
Metal Flake Glow Sea Blend Dynasty.
Dang.
Eric Oakley Edition.
Dang. My fault. I ain't know it was that good.
Oh, yeah. I got the other one of his with the EO stamp going all around the outside of the disc, which I don't want to put in my bag because I don't want to lose that one.
The other guy I was considering giving away was the Parachute Penguin.
Ooh. What mold is it?
Pharaoh.
Ooh.
At
What weight is it?
168.
Ooh.
All right. That's why I'm like,
What color is that? I can't tell.
it's blurple.
Blurple?
It's
Give me that one. That needs to
like
be my
pink
bag.
right here, then it has the purple around here, and then there's a little blue under there.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Yeah. That needs
But
to replace
that one I ain't giving away yet.
that one needs to replace the Pharaoh that's
Swimming
basically
somewhere?
it's working its way out of my bag, and it's worked its way out of my bag. I just haven't taken it out yet. It's
All
become
right,
way
all
too
right.
quick.
So now what you doing?
Now we've got the quarterly giveaway, which is for
Mm-hmm.
our $10 and above patrons. And as we already had alluded to earlier on tonight, one drive bag with the Deann Carey stamping on it. We talked about Dave Felberg. So we're going to give away a Ballista Pro signed by Dave Felberg.
Oh, it's signed? You know that reduces the value, right?
It does. An Opto X Ballista Pro and an out of production. Good luck getting these now. A Zion from when Latitude 64 was making their overmold experiments.
Oh, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. The driver that they had made. So one Zion, one Ballista Pro signed by Dave Felberg, and one Team Carey drive bag going to our quarterly giveaway winners.
And for our quarterly, we have 5.
Is that right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. Man, this is some really good odds.
It is.
Well, there you go. Hey, if you're not a $10 and above patron,
What are you doing?
1 in 5 chance to win stuff. This is every quarter. It's at least you're paying $10. You're getting at least like a $50 or $70 value every time we do these.
And that's on top of being able to qualify for the monthlies as well.
Mm-hmm. And the early access.
That's
And the
16 opportunities to win. 16 opportunities to win. Wow.
So many opportunities.
If I sign up? No, that wouldn't be fair.
Right. I'm going to sign up.
All right.
Myself like $8 after the fees come out. Yeah. All right. So let's pick a winner for that one there. 1 in 5 chances. Wowzers. I say we do 3 again.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to do. So
right.
The first one is 5.
5.
The second one is 3. Ooh, it better not be 1. Ooh, it better not be 1. 4. All right. So we have our winner here, number 4. And number 4 is none other than Joseph Thornburg.
Hey, Joseph. One of our newest patrons.
He's probably not still on the board. He's been on there all night.
Nah, yeah, I'm sure he left a while back there. Joseph ain't hanging until 12 o'clock.
I wish I wasn't.
I know.
I gotta pee.
I've had to pee for hours. He's sitting here.
They saw me drink this big Kool-Aid cup thing. They saw me drink it.
Awesome. Congratulations, Joseph, and thank you for the support. He just became a patron a couple months ago in October, so already paying dividends. We just talked about it.
Yep.
1 in 5, boom. He's paid $10 twice. It's $20. He's getting dry bags are 10 or $15 each. These 2 discs were like $20 each. We got them, so boom.
And whatever other swag we can throw in there.
I'm sure I'll toss in some other. So I got a screwdriver.
I wonder if I can 3D print.
I got a 3D Iron Man I could toss in there.
I did make this. I forgot I made this. It was for my
packing tape. I got a Chick-fil-A gift card that expires on the 31st. So if I get this out fast enough,
he can use it.
You can use it.
So with this, I made a. It holds my Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody needs that. It also doubles as a absolutely nothing.
It's a name tag. It doubles as a name tag on the back, so you know that is my Rubik's.
I was gonna say maybe you can put business cards there. I don't know if that'll.
No, but I can make one of those. You need one?
No.
Oh, okay.
Remember when we ordered business cards and we never used them and they had the wrong phone number on them?
That's why we didn't use them, because they had the wrong phone number.
That's it. Well, there you go, guys. Oh my Lord, this is a 4-hour show. I don't know how that happened. 4-hour show. I honestly don't know where the time went.
So is this what happens on Smashbox? They just accidentally do this every time they accidentally do it.
I think so. And they have stuff to talk about. We didn't really have much stuff to talk about.
We did have 3 guests though.
We did.
Yeah. So there's
they all brought a lot of insight, and thank you again.
We had a lot of breaking news, a lot of tea spilled.
Yes.
We had tea spilled from the comment section.
Yes.
Like just
there was a lot going on.
Yes.
But step aside Smashbox. Oh, Terry, you're a treasure. But yeah, we big thank you to again Deann Carey, Stacy Rawnsley, Terry Miller. Big thank you to all you guys for hanging with us for this long. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you for everything you guys did to help us make 2022 what it was. We look forward to an even crazier 2023.
Growth and complexity. That's what we're looking for. Exactly.
Once we figure out how to make things go smoothly, we got to throw wrenches into it.
Yep, exactly.
Just add more stuff to the plate. But yeah, if you were one of the winners, we will be contacting you via email to get all the shipping information, although I'm pretty sure we already got Trotter's. We just need to get Joseph's. And again, we look forward to 2023. Once we get everything finalized and our schedule actually on the books, we'll go ahead and start putting out posts so you guys can know what to expect from us. You look like you have something you want to say.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. I think my dog's looking for me. He hasn't seen me. He hasn't seen me in 4 hours.
Oh. Well, there you go. Well, with that being said, again, thank you for 2022. Stay tuned for 2023. We appreciate and love all you guys. Thanks for all you do for us. We'll see you at a course near you.
Wait, and like always.
And as always, from all of us at Ace Run Productions, let's run it. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night. Be safe.
Yes.
Happy New Year's.